Welcome to AudioNovel. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. 26 Act 5, Scene 2. Kiyotaka stared at the two girls alternately, while thinking of what he should do at the moment. Currently, he was caught in the middle of two girls who didn't like each other for different reasons, and he couldn't think of anything he could do that would work out for both sides. Kikyo hated Suzun because of the possibility that she knew about her past, while Suzun disliked Kikyo for another reason entirely. He was unsure what it was, but it's probably because she didn't like the other's lively and energetic personality. Either way, these two can't see eye to eye, and to make matters worse, the system saw them both as his heroines. This clearly spelled bad news in all capital letters. Suzun stared at Kikyo for a moment before turning towards Kiyotaka, pointing to the empty chair beside him. "Do you two mind if I sit here?" she asked. The young man only shrugged, while Kikyo shook her head and smiled. "And not at all, Horikita-san." As Suzun sat on the chair beside him, Kiyotaka figured that he should keep his mouth shut starting now. With these two together, one could say that it's a straight-up recipe for disaster. The system wasn't even doing anything right now, meaning he was completely on his own. Maybe it's for the best if he leaves too, but he should ask them before he does such a thing. "How long have you been listening?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at the girl beside him. "Ever since Kushida-san asked you for help," she replied. Then she knows that Kushida wants to be friends with her. If she's not outright rejecting it now, then Horikita's open to talking about it. At least, will she agree to it, though? Kiyotaka thought, trying to get a read on the girl based on her demeanor at the moment. "I see. Should I leave then?" Suzun shook her head, folding her arms across her chest. "No, your presence won't be a bother." Kiyotaka then took notice of the fact that he and Kikyo had drinks of their own, while their other companion had nothing. Not wanting to make her feel that she was being left out, he decided to offer the same to her. "Want me to buy you something to drink?" She shook her head again, keeping her gaze locked towards Kikyo, as if she was trapping the girl in place. "There is no need. I don't feel hungry, but thank you for the offer." Kiyotaka nodded, choosing to back out of this conversation now. Will these two be friends or not? He honestly had no idea. The only thing he could do right now is watch and hope that this won't end badly. Whatever happens from here on out, it'll be up to these two. Now then, Kushida-san. Why should I even hear you out? Is there a good reason why? Kikyo didn't say anything for a while. She only stared at Suzun as if she was contemplating something, but behind that mask she had, Kikyo was fuming. This wasn't how she wanted things to go. She wanted Kiyotaka to help her befriend Horikita since those two were obviously friends, but now that plan is up in smokes with the girl's unexpected arrival while she was still talking to him. Now she's left with no other choice but to talk to Horikita herself, without even a moment of preparation to figure out her next move. She wanted to curse Horikita in her mind for ruining her plans without even knowing it, but shook the thought off. This was just an unforeseen circumstance that she was unprepared for, something that she should have prepared for ever since she came up with this plan. Kikyo only blamed herself for not thinking about this possibility and preparing for it ahead of time. "That's because..." She finally spoke after a minute of staying silent, flashing her usual smile and showing no hint of her annoyance. "That's because I want to be friends with you, Horikita-san." Suzun remained impassive. "Why?" "Because I want to be friends with everyone in the class. I want to get to know them and I want to make new memories with them, which includes you, Horikita-san." "Unfortunately, that's not a good enough reason, Kushida-san. I do not know if Ayanokouji has told you already, but if he hasn't, then you must know that I did not want to befriend anyone in the past. While I am now friends with him, that does not mean that I will be someone like you who befriends everyone she comes across with." That made Kikyo halt. If that was truly the case, then her chances of accomplishing her plan had just diminished greatly. She started to wonder even more about what Kiyotaka did to gain her trust, because as far as she knew, Suzun would never befriend another person because of her personality. Yes, that sounded a bit hypocritical on her part because she planned to gain Suzun's trust by befriending her, but Kiyotaka had done it almost effortlessly. The guy doesn't even show emotions most of the time, yet he managed to get through the cold shell of hers. And now, while Kikyo wanted the same, Horikita didn't seem like she was willing to hear her out. However, she wasn't going to give up. There has to be a way that she can convince Horikita to give her what she wants. I want to be friends with you because you need it, Horikita-san. Ever since I first saw you in this school, I knew that you need friends of your own because you're always so lonely. She exclaimed, before putting on a sad look. Ayanokouji-kun is your friend, right? Why can't I be your friend too? What exactly did he do to make you trust him? Now that made Susan freeze for a moment, as her impassive look fell. It was then replaced by a look of realization, as the girl remembered that she and Kiyotaka only became friends when he comforted her after seeing her brother again. From there, she trusted him enough to tell him about her older brother, something that she would never tell to a stranger whom she had only been with for about an hour. But Kiyotaka wasn't a stranger at that point, and she would never forget what he did for her. Despite that, it was quite clear that she couldn't expect the same from Kikyo. It wouldn't be fair to her as well. If you don't want to tell me, that's okay. I'm fine with waiting for the time that you can trust me enough with something like that. If it means being your friend, then I can wait, Horikita-san, she continued, even bowing her head to show her sincerity. Susan stared at the girl opposite to her, this time with less intensity than before. In truth, she didn't care about Kikyo at first and actually disliked her, especially when she was trying to ask Kiyotaka out for some ice cream. However, now that she was done with that, there was no reason for her to think badly of the beige-haired girl. She could still reject Kikyo's offer of friendship, but again, it puts Kiyotaka into perspective with how she thought of him as a friend now. Very well. I accept, Susan sighed in defeat. Kikyo opened her eyes as she looked at Susan curiously. She definitely heard her say something, but she didn't exactly hear what it was. What? The black-haired girl massaged her forehead as a sudden wave of stress hit her. You want to be friends, correct? I suppose we can work this out. Kikyo gasped in complete surprise. Even Kiyotaka was taken aback. He didn't expect Susan to actually accept. Knowing her personality, he expected her to decline the offer of friendship because she didn't want to have friends. He was an exception, in a polite manner at least. Was the system really influencing her to change, or was it just a coincidence? Really? Susan sighed again. Don't make me repeat myself. Yatta. Kikyo smiled brightly, though there was a hint of smugness behind that mask she was putting up. Thank you so much, Horikita-san. I promise you that I'll be the bestest friend you've ever had. Sure you will, the young man who was with them thought sarcastically. I feel bad for Horikita. She's just being manipulated into being her friend, but then again, I don't believe Kushida can actually expel her. If anything, this might actually make them genuine friends in the future. If the system can make Horikita, of all people, accept me as a friend, then anything is possible. These two being friends, when Kushida wants to expel her while Horikita doesn't really care about her, what a sight that would be. I have an idea. Let's get each other's contact info, Horikita-san. We haven't done this yet, right? Let's do this as a token of remembrance. Kikyo giggled, as she opened her phone, before handing it over to her newfound friend. Susan stared at the phone before her while raising an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? We live almost next to each other, with Ayanokouji-kun's dorm unit the only thing keeping us from being neighbors. Of course it is. We won't always be in the same place at the same time, and the same goes for Ayanokouji-kun. This way, we can talk to each other whenever we want. You already have his contact info, right? Why not me too? Susan shifted her gaze alternately between Kikyo's phone and the girl herself several times, before sighing in defeat. For some reason, she was being hit with a headache at the moment, and it was making this harder than what it's supposed to be. Very well. Kikyo cheered again as Susan brought out her own phone and exchanged devices with her new friend, the two typing down their contact information. I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. The raven-haired girl thought to herself, feeling that there's something off about all this. Meanwhile, the brown-haired masterpiece watched the interaction with curious eyes. Nothing bad has happened so far, and for the most part, these two girls were being civil with each other. Their conversation actually went well despite his worries that it'll be a disaster. Well, it's either that or Kushida was just good at hiding her mask from other people. In any case, Kiyotaka had no idea if this was a good move on Kikyo's part, but one thing's for sure, these two are still going to be at odds with each other, just for a different reason. Point 27 Act 5, Scene 3. 3 weeks passed since school started, and Ayanokouji Kiyotaka was as vigilant as ever, as though he was expecting the worst to happen at any time, in any place. He was already prepared for something to happen, even though everything around him was peaceful. They were going through a usual class, his classmates were being their usual friends, and nothing. What's the reason behind his behavior? It's because the system has been quiet lately. Too quiet, even. For several weeks now, his crazy superpower hasn't done anything that would make any regular person bang their head against a wall until they pass out or die. And if he learned anything in that place, it's that the worst is always yet to come during a time of peace. He could tell that the system was planning something behind his back, and Kiyotaka knew that he should be prepared for such an instance when it happens. There's a bit of good news about all this, though. He hasn't unlocked any new heroine route ever since Eri, but the reason behind that was because he didn't interact with any other girls throughout the weeks. Aside from the usual interactions he has with Horikita, Kushida, and sometimes Matsushita, nothing else happened other than raising his affection points with them as well as his dating stats. He was also able to enjoy a lot of nights because nothing bothered him in his sleep and relaxing by himself always felt comfortable. If Bed-chan was a heroine, he would spend the most time with her. At least she gives comfort and not stress. Oh, and speaking of which, his neighbor across the hallway hasn't shown her face to him at all within the past several weeks. Not once did they see each other when it's time to go to school or when it's time to go home. He never saw her during the weekends, either. It made him wonder if his way of teasing Sakuyanagi was too much to the point that she can no longer be around him, but that would be ridiculous. If that really happened, then the system would have said something or it would have activated the reality-altering skill to make things right. Still, it would be nice to know what that girl has been up to for the past weeks. She knew about him in the White Room, after all. While he didn't think that she would rat him out, some kind of update on Arisa would be nice. Too bad the system doesn't give him the luxury of knowing. The heroine summary could be the perfect way of knowing what they're up to, but it doesn't work that way. Ayanokouji-kun, a familiar voice called out, snapping him out of his thoughts. The young man turned to the person who spoke and raised an eyebrow at her. "What is it, Kushida?" he asked. Kikyo stood in front of his desk with a big smile on her face, obviously in a good mood today. She always is, especially when she's around him because of a certain reason. "Me and a few of my friends are planning to go to the mall after class. Do you want to come with us?" "I already asked Horikita-san, but she didn't want to," she asked, smiling nervously. Kiyotaka thought about it for a moment. If he went with them, he would have to make Bed-chan wait for him a lot longer. But that would be bad, because sleep was an important thing to him now and... what the hell? It's been weeks since the last time he felt mentally drained. A little trip to the mall wouldn't hurt, unless the system does something, of course. Plus, it's been a very long while since he's gone out and explored more of this school. Sure, why not, he told her. Kiyotaka had no idea who she was talking about when she mentioned her friends, but that's only a minor issue in his eyes. It can't be worse than walking in on one of your heroines while they're changing clothes, right? At this point, he'd rather take unlocking another heroine's route instead. "Okay. I'll tell everyone else that you're coming with us." Kikyo nodded excitedly. Kiyotaka stared at her as she walked away, particularly at the pink screen floating atop her head that bore strange information. Kushida Kikyo, happy energetic friend. Relationship status, a rocky relationship. Affection points, 99/100. It's hard to believe, but it's been that way for almost 3 weeks now. Ever since their first swimming class, the affection points he's been getting with her have decreased significantly and remained that way for some reason. It completely confused him, because at her previous pace, Kushida would have reached 100 affection points even before Sakuyanagi. And then, all of a sudden, her pace slowed and now that it's at the 99 mark, it refused to go one step further. This situation only caused him to grow even more curious. What exactly will happen when he maxes out the AP, affection point, meter? Will it give him a reward? Does he get an achievement? Will he finally be able to see the aura dating stat? Hell, maybe it might even have him lose his virginity to a particular heroine since sex scenes normally happen in an Eroge. All of these were questions that he wanted answers to, and the wait was killing him. Kiyotaka considered himself a patient person, but since this Eroge system has done nothing other than be straightforward with what it's about, as well as the fact that it had a mind of its own, then he had a right to feel frustrated. Kiyotaka also wondered why it wouldn't go up any further, which must be a reason that has something to do with Kikyo herself. It's unlikely for the system to be behind it, because isn't it supposed to be helping him? He didn't really understand how, but Kiyotaka was about 100% sure that Kikyo herself was keeping him from maxing out her affection points. Menu, he whispered to himself. As the world around him froze, Kiyotaka chose the Dating Stats sub-menu and observed his progress in the eyes of the system. Dating Stats. Charm, 97. Wisdom, 118. Aura. He wanted to laugh. The fact that one of these dating stats actually got to 100 before affection points was almost hard to believe, especially with how fast he's been gaining those with Kikyo. Even Arisu was near the 100 mark, but because he hasn't seen her since the first day of school, it hasn't gone up in any way. The world returned to normal as soon as he closed the menu. From there, Kiyotaka spent the last remaining minutes of their free time thinking of how to deal with this dilemma. I don't think the same will happen to Horikita, Matsushita, and Sakura. However, I don't get that many affection points with Horikita. The other two give more, but I interact with them even less than Horikita and Kushida. That being said, I could approach them on my own, but it's risky. Matsushita's with her friends most of the time, while Sakura is out of the question. What to do? Kiyotaka could have continued thinking of a solution, but unfortunately, he wouldn't get the chance to because Chabashira-sensei walked inside the room with her usual serious look, shutting everyone up immediately with her presence. She was carrying a stack of papers with her, and some of the students wondered what it was. Everyone, prepare your pens. We'll be having a test today. Various reactions erupted from the class right away, and almost all of them weren't positive. A test. Sai-chan sensei, you can't be serious. Ah, how am I supposed to answer this? I wasn't listening. This is bad, how do I get through this? Calm down, all of you. This exam won't be counted in your academic report. No punishment will come to you if you fail this. However, should I catch any of you cheating, then you will be expelled from this school, effective immediately. That explanation calmed most of them, somehow. It still didn't stop them from becoming nervous when Chabashira-sensei handed out the papers to the students in the front row, who passed it to the next, and so on until it reached the last row. As soon as the test began, Kiyotaka wasted no time scanning the test questions. It involved all 5 main subjects with only a few questions that were equivalent to 5 points each. These questions aren't even that hard. I fail to see why they're struggling, the young man thought as he looked at most of the questions. However, upon reaching the final 3 questions, Kiyotaka blinked in surprise at the problems. The sheer complexity of the questions were honestly more suited for a college student more than a high school student. Ah. I see now, though, it does make me wonder why would the school give its students this type of test. They couldn't have been joking around when they made these. No way, these questions are just so hard. How the hell do you answer these things? While some of the students expressed their nervousness upon seeing the questions, there were also those who remained perfectly calm and looked like they could ace this test without breaking a sweat. Horikita, Koenji, and Hirata were a few of them. Of course, being who he is, Kiyotaka could answer those last 3 questions if he wanted to, but his usual mindset was different. I guess I'll do the same as I did on the entrance exam, but I'm sure that Horikita will treat this as another competition between us, even though this isn't going to affect our grades. I also don't want to attract attention by getting a perfect score, though, fine, I'll put in a bit of effort just so I don't disappoint Horikita. In about 15 minutes, Kiyotaka was already done with the test and chose to take a nap until the end of their session. Chabashira-sensei monitored everyone closely by walking around, keeping a watchful eye on her students and to those who would dare to cheat. 28 Act 5, Scene 4. During lunch later on, Kiyotaka enjoyed a quiet lunch with Suzun while they talked about the test that Sai gave them earlier. Kikyo wasn't with them today, as she had chosen to sit with her other friends instead. Suzun asked her seatmate if he had any difficulty in answering the test, to which Kiyotaka replied by saying he was confused in some parts but managed to pull through in the end. When the girl asked him why he slept after he was done, he only replied by saying he wanted to get some rest while he had the chance. When he left to buy some bottled coffee from the vending machine, the young man then found himself being surrounded by Sudo, Ike, and Yamauchi. While Pseudo didn't seem like he was going to say anything, the other two were sending him angry looks for some reason. "Can I help you three with anything?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at them curiously. Ike was the first to speak as he pointed towards Kiyotaka accusingly. "All right, spill the beans, Ayanokouji. Tell us already." "Tell you what? You're going out with Horikita, aren't you?" Ike asked angrily. Of course, Kiyotaka's reaction was to shake his head. "No, I'm not. Where did you even get such a thing?" Yamauchi was the next to speak, standing beside his friend with the same angry look on his face. "Don't lie. Even Pseudo says that something's going on between the two of you. You were even having lunch with her earlier." So, they finally noticed that he was eating lunch with a girl all this time. Wow. It only took them about a whole month to figure it out. It did beg the question of how they finally noticed him, though. The reason why he had been safe from everyone's eyes so far was that nobody paid attention to him, but now, it seems like that's over. But again, how did they notice him? Kiyotaka glanced at the red-haired teen, who was hiding a smile to himself while watching this unfold. It was very subtle, but Kiyotaka caught it just in time, and it was enough to tell him that Ken told them this on purpose. "Pseudo, I'm shocked. I tried to help you with Onodera, and this is how you repay me. You're going down," he thought to himself. Oh, he was going to make Pseudo pay. But first, he needed to deal with these two idiots. "I have nothing else to say to you other than what you're insinuating is only a product of your imagination. Nothing's going on between me and Horikita. We had lunch together because it's convenient to sit with people you know." Yamauchi didn't look convinced. "Really? But you're with each other all the time. Don't think we weren't seeing you staring at each other like an old married couple." "Ugh, I'm so jealous." "That's because we're seatmates." "Do you expect me not to talk to her simply because she's a girl?" he retorted. "And look at Horikita. Do you think she's the dating type? Let's assume that I did ask her out on a date or something. I'm absolutely certain that she wouldn't even give me the time of day." Well, actually, if he did ask out Susan for a date, the system would likely manipulate things to go his way. However, these three guys didn't know that. Ike shrugged. "I don't know. We never really talked to her. If Kushida-chan hadn't brought it up while we were talking to her, we probably wouldn't even know her name. Yeah, she disappears into the background, like a shadow." "Are they joking? They literally interrogated me all because Kushida said her name." Kiyotaka deadpanned. "You don't even know her name prior to this? That's harsh. Anyway, if you're not involved with Horikita, then you must have something with Kushida. Admit it already." Ike accused, now switching his focus from Susan to Kikyo. Kiyotaka wondered what Ike's problem was. First, it was Susan. Now he was bringing up Kikyo. Kiyotaka wasn't really worried about being caught now that he knows it's only these two guys who are being loud about it. He thought of denying the claims like always, but he thought about something different this time. "So what if I did? Why does it matter to you?" Both Ike and Yamauchi gasped. "You bastard. You already got Horikita's attention, now you're gonna take away Kushida-chan too. You're just as bad as Hirata, who's got a harem of beautiful girls." "Calm down, Ike. I never said Kushida and I were together. I was only being hypothetical," he said in an attempt to defuse the situation. "Are these two really that desperate over girls that they'll get jealous of who gets attention from them? You should be. I like Kushida-chan, and I'm planning to ask her out when the time comes. Come on, Ike. Do you really think you're the fitting one for Kushida-chan? I mean, look at me. I'm the type of guy that Kushida-chan would be into," Yamauchi bragged, flexing his bicep before kissing it. "You moron. Like hell you can date Kushida-chan with me around. She won't even bat an eye towards you because of those fantasies you have about her. Oh, look who's talking. You fantasize about Kushida-chan too, Ike." Kiyotaka could only stare at them blankly. First, they were accusing him of being close to two girls and now they were butting heads over one of them. Pseudo let out a deep sigh at their behavior. "You two never learn, do you?" Both perverts turned to him with angry looks. "You're no better, Pseudo. Yeah, you're just bragging about what you have with Onodera at this point." Again with this, the red-haired teen groaned. He wasn't even angry, just tired at this point. It was likely that he was receiving these accusations on a regular basis. I told you before, me and Onodera are just friends. Kiyotaka saw this as his chance for some sweet revenge, so he was quick to capitalize on it. Actually, Pseudo, these two make a good point. You and Onodera have been getting closer and closer to each other. Are we seeing you developing a crush on her? He asked innocently. You too, Ayanokouji. He looked at his friend with a gobsmacked expression, feeling shocked that he would even think of such a thing. Seriously, why does everyone keep saying that? Nothing's going on between us, I swear. You say nothing is going on between you two, but let's take a look at what happened these past few weeks, Kiyotaka started to explain. During our first swimming class, Onodera asked if you could join her in the swimming club. A few days later, you told her that you signed up for it and got accepted. From there, you two always leave the classroom together when a school day ends. While I can understand you two are dorm neighbors, it's likely because you go to your club together, or she accompanies you to watch you play basketball. I think I've also seen you two racing each other at the swimming pool area while I was passing by that place, and you two were having fun. Oh, and do I have to mention that you look particularly happier when you're around her compared to your usual demeanor? Pseudo looked like a deer in headlights after everything that Kiyotaka said, while the duo of perverts simply looked on with great surprise. If nothing else, then all that I just said is only proof that you treat Onodera differently compared to our other classmates. I'm not going to assume anything, but all the signs are pointing to you being happier when you're around Onodera. Now, I'm not an expert in this field, so you can deny my claim, but do you have a crush on Onodera, Pseudo? The red-haired teen did his best to keep himself from blushing, but failed horribly. If anything, he felt like a criminal being caught in the act because it was all true. He couldn't deny it, because he was never good at being convincing. Pseudo gritted his teeth and looked away, too embarrassed to meet his classmates' gaze. All right. You bastards win. He scoffed. I guess I like her, maybe. Maybe. Kiyotaka pressed on. All right, a lot. I like her a lot. Happy now, the red-haired teen growled. Kiyotaka wanted to smirk to show his amusement, but unfortunately, he couldn't. He still treated this as sweet revenge for him, though. If Ken was going to sell him out to the two perverts regarding Horikita or Kushida, then he'll pay him back tenfold. Why, yes. Yes, I am. If you like her that much, then shouldn't you tell her? Asked Ike, showing genuine concern for Pseudo this time. Pseudo looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Are you kidding me? There's no way I could tell her that. Ike shook his head. That's not the right thing to do, man. If you like a girl, then you should confess to her. You won't end up together if you don't. You idiot, I'm already friends with her. Close friends, even. I don't want to ruin what we have by running my mouth. He then looked at Ike suspiciously. And why are you suddenly being supportive? Shouldn't you be yelling at me for taking away one of the girls in our class? Hey dude, if you like her that much, then go for her. I might want a girlfriend, but I ain't gonna steal someone who's already taken. That's a violation of the bro code, Ike shrugged. Both Ken and Kiyotaka were caught off guard. That was surprisingly mature for Ike. Most of the time, he loved hanging out with Yamauchi as the perverted duo of the class. They never knew he could be like this. Maybe there was hope for the guy, in spite of it all. On the other hand, Yamauchi only grinned mischievously. Well, if you won't confess to her, then I will. Onodera-chan's pretty cute too, you know. Pseudo didn't hesitate to grab him by the collar before lifting him up slightly. Touch her and you're a dead man, he threatened with a dangerous look in his eyes. Oh okay, man. It was just a joke. I'm not going to tell you to do anything, but Onodera won't wait for you forever, Pseudo. Since you're pretty close to each other already, I'm sure she would hear you out, Kiyotaka suggested. Pseudo let go of Yamauchi before turning back to his friend with a frustrated look. But what if she doesn't like me that way? It would just make things awkward between us. Especially now that we're in the same club and we go there once every few days. With how close the two of you seem to be, I don't think Onodera would reject so easily. She'd give you a chance first. Who knows? Maybe Onodera actually likes you back, Kiyotaka added, facing the vending machine and ordering a bottle of iced coffee after paying the points needed. There's no other reason why the system would make those two neighbors. It wouldn't have done it if they weren't going to be together, and Kiyotaka knew it from experience. "Oh, can you get me some soda, Ayanokouji?" "I'm feeling thirsty," asked Yamauchi, recovering from Sudo's threat rather quickly. "Buy it yourself, then." Yamauchi laughed nervously. "Can't. I've already used up most of my points. I only have 2,000 points left. Come on, I'll pay you back when we get our allowance next month." I'm not even going to question how he almost spent the entirety of 100,000 points in the span of 3 weeks, he said in his mind. "I don't care. There's some bottled water available, though. It's actually free." Yamauchi rolled his eyes. "Fine, cheapskate. Give me the water. At least it's better than the vegetable set." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, you didn't know. The cafeteria actually offers some free food on the menu. But it's full of vegetables and there's no way I'm ordering that." Sudo blinked a few times, before he then remembered something important. "Now that you mention it, I've been seeing some upperclassmen having only vegetables as their lunch these past few weeks. I thought they were just vegans or something. I don't think it's because they're like that. It's most likely because they can't order anything else," Kiyotaka concluded. "If those upperclassmen simply had no points or they were trying to save some, then it's understandable why they would choose to order the free meal." "What, so these students lost all of their points so they have to resort to the free cafeteria food? Ha! Sucks to be them." And Ike was back to being Ike. Not surprising. You never know, it might happen to you too. With how you two keep on spending your points, you might just find yourselves ordering vegetables in the future. In your dreams, Sudo. I have about 7,000 points left, and it's almost the end of the month. We'll be getting our 100,000 point allowance soon. Yeah, Yamauchi agreed. Why can't next month come any faster too? I still have so many things I want to buy. As the two talked about the many things that they thought of purchasing in the future, Kiyotaka left them and went back to his table quietly, while being in deep thought. So, the school gives out free food in the case that students don't have any more points to spend. I wonder if that's intentional, because if it is, then there must be more things that the school gives for free. 29 Act 5, Scene 5. After class was over, Kiyotaka went to Kiyaki Mall just like Kikyo told him to and waited by the entrance. He was honestly looking forward to this, because all he had been doing for the past weeks was talking to 1 or 2 of 3 people, which included Kikyo herself. It would be nice to hang around with some of his other classmates, as long as the system doesn't plan on doing anything crazy. He could handle unlocking a new route, but nothing more than that. Kiyotaka took a sip from the iced matcha tea that he bought from the cafe, when he saw the duo of Ike and Yamauchi approaching in the distance. "Yo, Ayanokouji. What ya doing here?" The young man thought about it for a moment. Should he tell them the real reason why he was here? They'll surely react in a negative manner if they find out that Kushida invited him here. Should he lie and tell them that he was just here to chill and stand around? It's not like they can threaten him or anything. "Kushida invited me here to hang out with a bunch of her friends," he answered honestly. "And before you even ask, she asked me because we are friends." Ike narrowed his eyes the moment Kiyotaka mentioned Kushida, but was immediately silenced when he explained his situation further. I've got my eye on you, though," he muttered. Oh, if Ike only knew just who he was talking to. "We were actually invited here by Kushida-chan too," Yamauchi said eagerly. "This just means that she likes me. I mean, she wouldn't invite me if she didn't, right?" Ike then turned his attention to Yamauchi. "In your dreams, Yamauchi. She obviously invited us because she was interested in me. You're just included because we're together most of the time." Kiyotaka had no idea why, but he suddenly felt like punching these two in the face as they argued about why Kikyo invited them. He had never felt like this earlier when they did the same, but now he was, and it was bothering him. "If you two don't mind me asking, what exactly do you two find attractive in her?" asked Kiyotaka. The two suddenly stopped in their arguing, as they looked back at their classmate in confusion. What's not there to like? She's cute, she has a nice chest, and she's really nice. Yeah. She'd be the perfect girlfriend for anyone. Especially for me. For you. You mean me? Just when it looked like they were about to start another argument regarding who was the better fit for Kikyo, the very girl who was the subject of the conversation had finally arrived. Sorry we're late, but thanks for waiting. Oh, no worries, Kushida-chan. We were only just, hey, why is that guy here? To the complete shock of the two boys, the beige-haired girl brought Hirata with her. There were 3 other girls with them, Matsushita, Mori, and Karuizawa. Kiyotaka was surprised to see Matsushita with them, but then he felt a bit of relief that he wouldn't be a complete stranger here. He figured that Kushida would be busy being friendly towards everyone, which would leave him in an awkward position of being the odd one out. Therefore, it's a good thing that Matsushita was here with them. I just happened to see Hirata-kun along the way, and I thought of inviting him. Will that be a problem? Said Kikyo, smiling brightly at the two boys. Ike stared at her for a few moments, before he approached Kiyotaka and led him away from the scene as if he was a coach that was telling his men about an important play. Hey! Do you have something that can make Hirata go away? He whispered. I see no reason to get rid of him, Kiyotaka replied, taking Ike's arm off his shoulder. Can't you see it? That bastard will completely overshadow us. Don't you know that he has an army of fangirls praising him all the time? If he's here, then he'll hog all of the girls' attention and leave nothing for us. Kiyotaka rolled his eyes. I still don't see the problem. Ike glared at him. You traitor. You're on Hirata's side, aren't you? I can't even understand where you got that idea from. Yamauchi, help me out here. How do we get rid of Hirata? Don't ask me. I'm not good with this sort of thing. Just give me an idea, man. Yamauchi thought about it for a moment while scratching his head. Maybe we could lead him somewhere where he can get lost. That's a good one, but we could easily get caught if we do that. If my presence is a bother, then maybe I should just go on ahead, asked Hirata, overhearing the conversation between the 3. Realizing that they were caught red-handed, the 2 quickly put on innocent looks and faced everyone else. We don't really mind at all. Right, Yamauchi. Yeah. Let's just get a move on. The more, the merrier, right? Kiyotaka only sighed at their behavior. Moments ago, they had no problem talking about how they would get rid of Yosuke. Now they're pretending that they have no ulterior motive, most likely so that Kikyo wouldn't be upset with them and lose their chance at being with her. Well, not like they had a chance in the first place, anyway. The hell were you 3 whispering about, anyway? Asked Karuizawa, narrowing her eyes at the 3 boys. Don't lump me in with these 2, said Kiyotaka as he felt offended that the girl would even associate him with Ike and Yamauchi. Being the genuinely nice guy that he is, Hirata didn't hesitate to get between Karuizawa and the other boys. Okay, let's all calm down. We're here to spend time together as classmates and get to know more about each other. Kushida-san, where are we heading to? He spoke before looking at Kushida, who organized this whole get-together in the first place. All right, she shook her head and put on her usual smile. Let's go inside the mall, first. Let's decide where to go next from there. Everyone nodded in response, as they walked into the mall. Kiyotaka opted to be behind everyone else so he could be at peace. Sure, he wanted to hang out with his classmates, but he also wasn't going to place himself in the center of attention. Chiaki slowly broke away from the others and deliberately slowed her pace, allowing her to walk alongside Kiyotaka. So, Kushida-san invited you too, Ayanokouji-kun, she asked in amusement. The young man looked at her in confusion. I thought that would be obvious. She shrugged. I just didn't expect to see you here. You normally head back to your dorm room immediately after class because you want to rest as soon as possible. I don't think I've ever seen you go somewhere else first, other than the club fair. That may be, but I don't want to spend 3 years in this school as a shut-in. You want to talk for a bit then? It's been a while since we last talked and you always stick with either Horikita-san or Kushida-san. I'm getting kind of jealous, she said half-jokingly. Aren't we talking now? He retorted in a sarcastic manner. While the 2 teens were left in their own world, the rest of the group had their attention directed towards Ike, who approached Hirata with a look of suspicion on his face. I'm going to be straightforward with you, Hirata. Are you going out with Karuizawa? He asked, narrowing his eyes. No. But where did you hear such a thing? Yosuke asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. That's not important. Are you going out with Karuizawa or not? Ike pressed on, even raising his voice slightly. All Hirata could do was smile gently and shake his head. We aren't. Oi, stop bothering him already, will you, said Kei, sending an annoyed look at the two that immediately caused them to back off. We're not dating at all. This time, after hearing Kei's statement, Ike had no choice but to take it as the truth. Seriously? But the rumors were pointing to you two being a couple. Yamauchi exclaimed, which caught everyone in the group off guard, especially Kiyotaka. The young man looked at Karuizawa in slight interest. Did the system make a mistake, he thought, although he didn't look convinced. His Eroge superpower had the freaking ability to alter reality itself. Moreover, it had a mind of its own, so it couldn't have made the mistake of having her live on the 4th floor if it wasn't going to make her a heroine. Is it true, Karuizawa-san? Asked Kikyo, genuinely curious about this matter. Hell no. Kei folded her arms across her chest and took in a deep breath to calm herself. No offense to Hirata-kun. He's a nice guy, but I don't really want to be with anyone right now. Especially because of this annoying dorm arrangement. Hirata only flashed a smile, not even offended by that remark. I completely understand why you feel that way, Karuizawa-san. Karuizawa-san, it's been 3 weeks since that happened. Don't you think it's time to move on? Asked Mori out of concern. The blonde Jairu had never really moved on from the chairman's announcement several weeks ago and hated how the girls and boys can now be neighbors instead of living on completely separate floors. She was still angry until now, to the point that it was getting ridiculous, because almost all of the girls pretty much accepted how things work now. Even Shinohara, who was as vocal as Karuizawa about her annoyance regarding the co-ed dorm arrangements, has been quiet lately. Hell no. I can't trust almost any other boy in our class. They might have hidden intentions behind their eyes, especially these two, replied Kei. Well, what about you, Kushida-san? Do you have a boyfriend? Asked Ike in an attempt to steer the conversation somewhere else. Kikyo blinked a few times in surprise. Oh, no. But it would be nice to have one, though, she giggled. And then, upon hearing those words, Ike and Yamauchi felt like they died and went to heaven out of joy. The two had massive grins on their faces, their growing happiness on full display for everyone to see. Although they would never even get a chance at being with her, just hearing Kushida say that she didn't have a boyfriend was enough to make them cry tears of joy. Oh, no. I think I'm crying. It's okay, Yamauchi. Let it out. Let it all out. We both have a chance, so let's make the most of it. The rest of the group watched them with varied reactions. Hirata and Kushida chuckled nervously, Matsushita and Mori stared at them weirdly, while Karuizawa looked away in disgust. Ugh, there they go. Kiyotaka shook his head in slight disappointment. These two find out that the girl was available, and they immediately treat it as if Jesus himself descended down from heaven. Oh well, maybe it might amuse him to see their reactions when they find out that Kikyo will have a boyfriend in the future, and it won't be them. After letting the two perverts have their moment of bliss, they continued on their way. Their first stop in their little journey to the mall was, of course, the clothing store. The girls wouldn't pass up the opportunity for new apparel, obviously. Kiyotaka opted to stay outside while waiting for them to finish, while the other boys went with the girls to help them carry their bags once they were done. Of course, Yosuke accompanied them with the genuine desire to help, while Ike and Yamauchi treated it as a way to score points with the girls. The young man passed the time by observing the mall from where he was and listing down the most interesting places in his mind, until he noticed one of his companions was heading out of the store. To his surprise, it was Kei who was done with shopping first. She only carried a small bag with her as she walked out of the store and headed to where he was. That was when Kiyotaka noticed the familiar heroine screen above her head, and he was a bit surprised with what he saw. Karuizawa Kei, frustrated but vigilant classmate. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary. Kei is a typical Jairu that loves fashion and hanging out with friends, but her past is a complicated one. She has a long history of being bullied in her old school. She has been beaten, pushed around, had her hair pulled, experienced her shoes being filled with different things, and more. In this new school, she wants someone who can pretend to be her boyfriend so that that person can protect her from being bullied this time around. However, because of the change in living arrangements for the freshmen, she doesn't want to talk to any boy yet. 30 Act 5, Scene 6. She's been bullied for that long. She does a good job of hiding it, so I'll commend her for that. I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for the system, but I'm sure I could put it together if I saw the slightest hint of it, he thought. She's looking for a fake boyfriend, but wasn't able to put her plan into motion because of the chairman's announcement. And from the things that she experienced in her old school, I don't blame her for being wary of guys. She must be thinking that someone with the same intentions might be lurking around the corner. Kiyotaka wondered who she was going to ask if she had the chance. His first thought was Hirata, and it makes sense why. According to Yamauchi, there were rumors about Karuizawa and Hirata being a couple, and even if he was wrong, he must have gotten the idea from someone. It could be that Karuizawa was planning on asking Hirata to be her pretend boyfriend, but didn't get the chance to because of the change in living arrangements, which took over her state of mind. To add to that, she didn't seem like she disliked Hirata at all and even defended him from Ike's accusations earlier. How would she fall in love with me, then? If she doesn't want to talk to any guy right now, then we wouldn't even be able to have a conversation. Although, the system can just make it happen if it wanted to. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Asked the girl whom he was thinking about, as she sent a scowl at him. Kiyotaka snapped out of his thoughts and quickly realized that Kei was right in front of him. Fortunately, he already had a reasonable answer in his mind. No, there isn't. And I wasn't staring at you, he lied. Yes, you are. And don't even try denying it, Ayanokouji. I saw you staring. Are you some kind of pervert? She accused, pointing her finger towards him. Before he could continue on with his lie, Kei froze in place as the world lost its color. Kiyotaka already knew where this was heading, so he quickly read through the available choices as soon as they showed up. The correct answer will most likely be option C, anyway, since it had a guaranteed rise in affection points most of the time. A. We have a very different perception of what is staring, Karuizawa-san. I only merely looked at you. B. Sorry. I just thought you were cute, is all. C. Do you want to hang out at that cafe while we're waiting for the others? I'll treat you to some coffee if you want. Asterisk warning, choosing the wrong choice will forever block this heroine's route. That's the same warning that showed up when I first met Horikita at the bus, the young man muttered, realizing that this wasn't the usual set of choices that he had gotten used to by now. Okay, it was time to make a decision. And it looks like he would have to think about this deeply, because this was different from Tsubasa, Kikyo, and Chiaki's routes. For the first time, the first option wasn't an aggressive one and he was tempted to pick it at first, but the warning below the choices kept him from pushing through with it. While it wouldn't be offensive in any way, it would most likely close off her heroine route because it's a simple and logical response. The second was a response that would make him act embarrassed because of her appearance, which could potentially be the right choice. The last option was a clear attempt to ask Karuizawa out on an impromptu date, which would more than likely earn him a flat-out no from the girl or worse, cause her to slap him across the face for flirting with her out of nowhere. Kiyotaka shrugged and picked the option that he felt comfortable with. Option B it is, then. As the world returned to normal, Kiyotaka began scratching the back of his head as his cheeks started to turn red in embarrassment. This reaction caused Kei, who was still scowling at him, to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Sorry. I just thought you were cute, is all. He mumbled softly to himself, but it was still enough for Kei to hear. Upon realizing what he said, her eyes slowly widened. Kei route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Karuizawa Kei. Your current status with Kei has changed to out of darkness. You have gained 15 affection points with Karuizawa Kei. The girl couldn't say anything for the next seconds that followed, completely silenced by what he heard. It was something that she didn't expect, and it caused her face to turn red like him, even though she was internally trying to prevent herself from doing so. Kei withdrew her finger and stood beside him so they could wait for their classmates to be done shopping. If she continued to point at him any longer, then it would have been awkward. Sorry for assuming. It's all right. I'm aware that staring is rude, so I'm at fault as well, he apologized, before turning his attention to the bag that she held in her free hand. He was honestly curious about why she only had one. As far as his knowledge goes regarding girls, they are normally dedicated to fashion, and Karuizawa fitted that description perfectly. He expected her to take longer shopping for clothes. How much did you pay for those? Just 10,000 points, I think. It's just a couple of shirts and some pants, she said, still affected by his earlier response that the girl couldn't help but answer his question. It was nothing serious, anyway. Really, he raised an eyebrow in genuine interest. I mean, no offense with this, but I had thought that girls normally spend a lot more time picking out clothes, so I expected you'd be in there for a lot longer. Kay sighed, before shrugging. I could have, but I didn't want to carry too much stuff. Then why not let someone else carry what you bought? You could have asked Hirata, either one of the perverts, or even me. Please, she groaned, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Some of the earlier fire in her eyes was already back at the mention of the two idiots. I don't trust any of the guys in the classroom. Ever since this stupid co-ed dorm arrangements began, I was scared. Sure, there's several girls in our class who live on the 4th floor like me, even Chabashira-sensei, but what if there's a guy who lives there? I live there. He deadpanned in his mind. Kiyotaka could only imagine how this girl would react when she eventually finds out that he also lived on the same floor as her. Kei's reaction obviously wouldn't be anything scary, but he could tell that she would be very vocal about it. Chabashira-sensei and the chairman himself already mentioned that there'd be harsh punishment for boys who even think of barging into a girl's room, he told her in response to her question, even though it was rhetorical. Kei crossed her arms and looked away stubbornly. That's not enough to calm my nerves. It just isn't. I guess it's because of her history of being bullied. She doesn't feel safe around other guys whom she doesn't know, he concluded in his thoughts. Fair enough. But don't you think that you're being harsh to our class? Some of the boys won't even think of disrespecting the girls, like Hirata. Like I said, Hirata-kun's a nice guy, but I can't really trust any of the boys. She immediately cut herself off upon realizing what she had been doing this whole time. She looked at the young men in shock as her face quickly turned red. Hang on, why am I saying these things to you again? Stop talking to me already, you pervert. Okay. He raised his arms in surrender, as Kiyotaka felt a bit amused at the sudden realization that the girl went through. All this time, she had no idea she was talking to a boy in a civil manner, despite her claims of not trusting any of her male classmates at the moment. Sure, it was likely because of the system doing its thing, but it was still quite amusing to see the quick change in Karuizawa's expression. We're back, a familiar voice said from the clothing store, gaining the two teens' attention. Sorry to keep you two waiting. Kikyo stood at the entrance while waving her arm at them. Her two shopping bags that contained the clothes she purchased were being carried by Ike and Yamauchi, who were pretty content with being used as bag holders. Mori was with Hirata, who was carrying her shopping bag, while Matsushita was on her own. Oh. Did something happen between you two? You're standing pretty close to each other there. Chiaki pointed out, noticing the closeness between Kiyotaka and Kei. Curiously, she felt a twinge of jealousy as well but ignored the feeling. Hell no. We were just waiting for all of you, that's all. The blonde girl instantly denied the claim, but her face only grew hotter as a result. What the hell took you all so long, anyway? What the hell? Are you kidding me? First, Horikita, then Kushida-chan, and now, Karuizawa too. You're just as bad as Hirata, Ayanokouji. Yamauchi and Ike were the next to speak, immediately expressing their frustration towards Ayanokouji. They even wanted to cry at this unfairness. While they were stuck with Kushida and the other two girls in the clothing store, Kiyotaka was out here making moves on yet another one of their classmates. And to make matters worse, it was also the one who was saying that she didn't like any of the boys. It should have been them, damn it. It wasn't fair. I told you, nothing happened. Stop assuming things already. Kei continued to deny the accusations by everyone else, while Kiyotaka remained quiet and stayed out of it, not wanting to anger the girl any further. The fact that they were able to have a normal conversation earlier, before Kei realized it, was already enough proof that she'll lose her current distrust for boys eventually. Although, it seems that he would have to take another detour before going home, because there's no way he can let Karuizawa know that he lives on the same floor as her, at least not now. A detour to an ice cream shop should be good, Then, 31 Act 6, Scene 1. The first month of school passed by like it was the wind, and the students of Class D were as lively as ever. How could they not be? Today was the day where they will get their monthly allowance of 100,000 points and go back to how they were enjoying their lives when they started going to this school. They sure are excited today, Kiyotaka commented from where he was as he chose to observe his classmates. There was never a quiet day in this classroom because of things like these. Why wouldn't they be? It's the first day of the month. The school will be sending 100,000 points to our accounts, and that's something that a lot of them were waiting for, said Suzun, who was also observing the class like him, which was a bit strange. Normally, she would read a book instead and choose not to concern herself with class matters. Kiyotaka turned to her. That's the strange part, though. When I checked my point balance this morning, I didn't receive 100,000 points. I remember it was only about 9,000 points that got sent to me. Like his classmates, Kiyotaka also looked forward to receiving 100,000 points from the school, just not to the extent as them. However, when he woke up, there wasn't any. The only amount he received was 9,700 points, which was strange. So you noticed it too? Suzun looked at him in return as their gazes locked. I think I actually received the same amount as you. If that's the case, then the same must go for all of our other classmates. They either didn't notice or they thought that they would receive the rest today, Kiyotaka concluded. What do you think about this situation? I'm not sure. The girl muttered as she was in deep thought. But I have a feeling that we won't be receiving any more points today. Is that so? He asked, the curiosity present in his voice. Assuming Horikita is right and that we won't be getting any more points from the school, then it would make sense why the cafeteria offers free food for the students. It's for those who no longer have any points left in their student accounts. But why would the school give us less than 100,000? It didn't take long before the morning bell rang, signaling the start of their class. Everyone immediately went back to their seats after hearing it, and not long after, Chabashira-sensei walked inside the classroom. She looked more stern than usual, and it was starting to scare some of the students. Hey, sensei. Did your menopause start or something? Ike joked in an attempt to brighten up the situation, but all it did was cause a big wave of nervousness to wash over his classmates. There's no doubt that he only made the situation worse by saying such a thing to their teacher, of all people. Before we start our homeroom, does anyone have any questions they want to ask? If so, now is the time to ask them. Thankfully, it didn't seem like Chabashira was affected by that remark from Ike. She still looked serious, though, and right after she invited her students to bring up any questions that they might have, several of them raised their hands. Sensei. I checked my point balance this morning, but I only got about 10,000 points, I think. Are we going to get the rest of our 100,000 points later today? Yeah, the same happened for me, actually. Is something wrong with the app, Sai-chan sensei? I already explained this before, didn't I? Points are distributed on the first day of every month. Points have already been given to the students for this month hours earlier. And I can assure you, there is nothing wrong with the student ID application. But only 10,000 points got deposited to my account. Hondo and Yamauchi looked at each other, as they wondered what was going on. Ike was the same, completely different from his boisterous self a while ago. Everyone else only looked on, torn between feeling confused and nervous about this. Are you idiots really that dumb? She glared harder at her students, even causing some of them to shrink in their seats. Dumb. How? Honda repeated her words stupidly. All right then, I'll explain it once again. In a way that your small brains can understand, she sighed. Taken aback by her words, Honda couldn't do anything but sit down and remain silent. Points were deposited to each and every student account in this school. There is no chance that we have forgotten anyone in this class. To think otherwise is an insult not only to me, but to the whole school as well. We heard you, Sai-chan sensei, but we still didn't get our 100,000 points. Yamauchi asked, beginning to look irritated. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka was in deep thought. If their teacher was telling the truth, and she probably is, then Suzun was right. They already received their allotted points for this month, and they wouldn't be getting any more. This creates another question, though. Why did they only get a fraction of the 100,000 points that they received during their first day here? Ha ha ha. I see now. That's how it works, sensei. I have figured it out. Koenji's voice boomed across the room, gaining everyone's attention easily. Huh. Koenji leaned back against his seat, as he rested his feet on top of his desk. It's simple. Our supposed points for this month have indeed been given to us. However, it is not the amount that you expected. We have only received a total of 9,700 points, a fraction of the supposed 100,000. Wait, what are you talking about? Sai-chan sensei said that we'd get 100,000 points every month. I don't recall ever hearing such a thing, Koenji smirked. Or were you simply not listening during our first day here? The hell did you just say? Chabashira quickly intervened before an argument could take place. While he has an attitude problem, Koenji is not wrong. It's utterly disappointing that almost no one noticed the hint I gave you. How deplorable. And with that, the classroom descended into chaos over the issue of points. Sensei, may I ask a question? I'm afraid I still don't understand. Hirata raised his hand. Even now, when the class was about to fall apart, the young man took initiative for the sake of his classmates. Can you please tell us why we only received a fraction of the 100,000 points? We won't understand otherwise. The rest of the class nodded, agreeing with him. A total of 62 absences and late arrivals. 287 incidences of talking or using a cell phone in class. Those are quite some numbers over 1 month. In this school, your class's results are reflected in the points that you receive. As a result, you nearly wasted all of the 100,000 points that you should have received. Be grateful that you even received a few points at all. Chabashira-sensei slammed her palms down on her desk and glared at everyone there. Nearly wasted, huh? I guess all we really got was 9.7% of the 100,000 points that were supposed to be deposited to our accounts, Kiyotaka thought as he analyzed the situation in his mind. Since she's keeping track of the offenses that we commit instead of ignoring them, this also means doing inappropriate things inside of the classroom, and students' behavior are factors in determining whether we'll keep our points or lose them. I should have explained this all to you on the day of the entrance ceremony. You were this close to being evaluated as nothing more than fodder, she explained further, emphasizing her point with her fingers. Chabashira-sensei, I do not recall hearing you explain that to us before. What is this? Are you saying you are incapable of understanding unless it's explained to you detail by detail? The woman cut him off. Yosuke's calm look started to fail him as frustration began leaking out. There was never any explanation about reducing our points. If those were explained beforehand, I'm sure we would have avoided committing any offenses that would result in losing our points. Is that your argument, Hirata? Tell me, then. Were you not taught in elementary school or junior high about the consequences of being late or talking in class? I'm sure that in all of your years in going to school, you learned about the basic things to do and not to do while inside a classroom. And now you're saying that you didn't understand because I didn't explain it to you. I'm afraid your argument is flawed, Hirata. Yosuke couldn't say anything this time, because he knew that he was caught in a tight spot. On one hand, he knew that it was to be expected for a student to behave properly, and at the same time, he didn't want to let his friends down. If you had simply acted like proper and behaved students, then your points would have never dropped. As I said, consider yourselves lucky that you even received some. Still, no one dared to speak out against her, especially after that perfectly sound argument. Everyone was aware of what bad behavior is and what it could bring. Most of them simply didn't know how much of a big deal it would be. Did you honestly think you'd receive 100,000 points every month with no strings attached? At the most prestigious high school in the country. This place is dedicated to training gifted people, not for children who cannot even rely on their own common sense. She makes a good point. There's no way that the government could give 100,000 yen to every student in this school on a monthly basis, since Chabashira-sensei said that 1 point is equal to 1 yen. That's not even counting the upperclassmen. Kiyotaka could have figured this out a lot sooner, but he didn't bother putting the extra effort in doing so. Plus, he couldn't exactly put his information-gathering skills to the test when he was already preoccupied with another problem the whole time. Even though Hirata looked agitated himself, he still maintained his calm demeanor. Well then, could you at least explain to us how points can be added or deducted, sensei? I cannot tell you. The teachers are not allowed to disclose how we evaluate the students. It's like with any other organization. When you enter a company, it's the company's choice whether or not to tell you how it evaluates its employees. That being said, I'm not cruel, and I'm not giving you the cold shoulder. As a matter of fact, you're all so pathetic that I'll give you a piece of advice. You're already being cruel, sensei. Was the collective thought in most of the students' minds. Let's imagine that you stop being late to class and being absent completely. Even though no points will be deducted from you this month, that doesn't mean you will receive any higher than 9,700 either. But if you fail to behave yourselves, you might just end up getting no points at all. Instead of something that would give them hope in this predicament they have found themselves in, SAE's words bore the opposite effect on her students. Those who thought they could improve their situation by fixing their bad behavior had their hopes dashed right away. At that moment, the bell rang. Looks like we spent too much time yammering. I hope you understood the gist of it, because now we're switching to our main topic for the day. As she said those words, she then brought out a white rolled-up poster and attached it to the blackboard so that everyone could see its contents. Class A, 890. Class B, 650. Class C, 490. Class D, 9732. Act 6, Scene 2. Most of the students stared blankly at the poster, confused at what all those numbers meant. However, there were those who were able to understand it right away, and one of them was Horikita. Are those the results of each class? She muttered, taking a tentative guess on what the poster was about. Kiyotaka took this as a chance to speak out his thoughts. 97, that has to be connected to the number of points we received this morning, don't you think? He asked the girl. She frowned in confusion. Connected? You mean that those numbers represent how many points a student receives? I see no other explanation, Kiyotaka shrugged, before nudging his head to the direction of the poster. If 97 means 9,700 points, then it means that the other classes received more points than us. Class C got 49,000, Class B got 65,000, while Class A received 89,000. I see. She mumbled, looking strangely nervous all of a sudden. She was likely caught off guard with how big the gap was between their class and the other ones. You've all been doing whatever you pleased this past month. The school and most importantly, I have no intention of preventing you from doing what you want. How you choose to spend your points is entirely up to you. Your actions, however, will affect the points you receive. This isn't fair, sensei. We can't enjoy our student lives like this. Yamauchi wailed. He had already used up the last of his points from last month and all that he had left was the amount that he received this morning. SAE felt tempted to roll her eyes out of pure annoyance. Look here, idiots. Every other class got points. The amount of points we gave you last month should be plenty for you to live on. But, how do the other classes still have points left? That's what those numbers mean, right? I already told you, there's nothing unfair about it. All of the classes were evaluated in the same way. They just didn't lose as many points as you. It's that simple. But why is there a big difference in our point values? Asked Hirata, noticing that the gap between their class and the others in terms of points was weirdly large. Do you understand now? Do you see why you were placed in Class D? The woman snorted. The reason we were placed in Class D. Isn't it because we were accepted in this school? A lot of the students exchanged confused glances. Wrong. In this school, students are sorted by their level of excellence. The superior students are placed in Class A, the least capable in Class D. It's the same system that major cram schools use. Simply put, Class D is akin to a group of failures. You are the worst of the worst. You're defective. This is only the result of it, Chabashira explained. Despite the looks of disbelief on most of the students' faces, Kiyotaka maintained his apathetic look and simply listened on. He had nothing to worry about, because he still had points and he couldn't care less about his placement in a class. However, he did notice that his seatmate was caught off guard with this new knowledge. Well, it did make sense for the school to put all of the superior students in a single class, while dumping failures with other failures. Putting rotten fruit with good ones will only cause the good to get spoiled. And for someone like Horikita Suzun, she would be displeased with this arrangement. She's not gonna be pleased with this. Like I said, be grateful that you received a few points this month. However, I won't even be surprised if you receive no points next time. As I've noticed, a lot of you have no regard whatsoever for decency and how to act like a proper student, after all. Does this mean that if we reach 0 points, we'll stay like that until school is done? Yes, you will remain at 0 points until you graduate. But don't worry, you will still have a room in the dorms and free meals. You won't be kicked to the curb and left to die. Although some students knew it was possible to live with only their bare necessities, the rest were not pleased with it. After all, they had been living a life of luxury in the past month, buying whatever they wished with no strings attached. To suddenly restrain themselves after all of that would be difficult. This means the other classes will make fun of us, right? Asked Pseudo, as he could already see them getting mocked by other students for being considered failures. Worried about your dignity, Pseudo? Well, you can always work to make your class into the best one. What? Your class's points aren't just linked to the amount of money you receive each month. They also indicate your class rank. That means if our points become higher than 490, then our class will be known as the new Class C. Should we attain a higher number of points than Class B, then we'll take their spot and they'll be demoted. The same goes for Class A if we overtake them, Kiyotaka thought. Sounds easy enough to understand, but it really feels like a company performance review. Now then, I have one more bit of bad news to share with you all. SAE then attached another sheet of paper to the board, which was a list that contained everyone's names. A number stood next to each name and almost immediately, the students of Class D knew what it meant. Based on these scores, I can see that we've got a few idiots in this class. She took a quick glance at the scores before turning back to her students. These are the results of the test that you took about a week ago. I'm actually shocked by these results. Just what in the world did you all study when you were in junior high? There were only a few people who got a high score, while almost everyone got a score below 60. There were also some unfortunate people who got a score below 30. SAE's next tone was dripping with sarcasm. I'm glad this wasn't included in your grades. If it was, then 7 of you would have had to drop out. Drop out. What do you mean, sensei? Oh, did I not explain this to you? If you fail a midterm or final exam in this school, then you have to drop out. If we had applied that rule to this test, anyone who scored below 32 points would be booted from this school. You dodged a big bullet there. Whoa, what? Shouted Ike and some of the other failures. There was a red line drawn on the paper, separating the 7 people in question from the rest of the class. Pseudo was among those 7 people and he was just 1 point above Yamauchi, who had the lowest score overall. Hey, don't joke around, SAE-chan sensei. This isn't funny. Chabashira sensei shook her head. I would never joke about this. These are the school rules. You should prepare for the worst. She is right. There appears to be a lot of idiots here, Koenji remarked while polishing his nails. Despite the fact that they were being reprimanded for their attitude and shortcomings, the guy showed no sign of weakness and remained confident as he always was. The hell are you saying, Koenji? You're the same as us. You must be blind, boy. Don't equate a perfect existence like me to someone like you. Wait, Koenji is, what? Koenji's name was nowhere near the bottom. Instead, his name was at the top, showing that he had scored 90 points. He was tied for the top spot with a student named Yukimura Terahiko, shocking almost everyone in the room. It only meant that he was able to solve one of the complex math problems at the end of the test. Oh, and one more thing. This school boasts a high rate of advancement into elite education and workforce placement. This is a well-known fact that I'm sure a lot of you know by now. It's also likely that most of you have already chosen a college or a future workplace. A number of students donned serious looks. It was true, they already had a plan for how they want to handle their future after their time in this school, which would be a huge boost in their resume when the time comes. It was said that graduating from this school can make getting into a prestigious university or being accepted into a fitting job much easier. Those were only 2 of the benefits of being accepted into ANHS. However, nothing comes easy in this world. Some of you idiots would have to be naive to think that you could easily get into the college or workplace of your choice if you can't even act like proper students. Does this mean that if we want to get into the company or college of our choice, then we must, at the very least, surpass Class C? Asked Hirata. Nope. To make your dreams of a bright future come true, your only option is to overtake Class A and graduate with flying colors. The school guarantees nothing for any other students. That's absurd. We didn't know anything about this. Yukimura protested, standing up from his seat as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. How disappointing. Something like this is to be expected from a school such as this, Koenji chuckled. Yukimura turned his attention towards him. Don't you feel satisfied being in Class D, Koenji? The blonde man raised an eyebrow. Dissatisfied? Why would I feel that way? Because the school is saying we're so low that we're basically delinquents and failures in the eyes of everyone else. There's no guarantee whatsoever that we'll be accepted into a college or get a job. Bah. What nonsense. It is a stupid statement that I will not even bother to start an argument. He continued to polish his nails as if nothing else mattered. The school simply hasn't seen my potential yet. I pride myself on being the perfect existence. I value, respect, and regard myself more highly than anyone. So, the school placing me in Class D means nothing. For instance, let's say that I dropped out of school. I would be perfectly fine. After all, I am absolutely certain that this school would come crying to take me back. His words quickly caused some of his classmates to feel insulted. However, none of them said anything because it's clear that what he's saying may have some merit to them. He may be narcissistic, but he could back up his words without a problem. They were already treated to a first-row viewing of his physical abilities a number of times by now, and his test results on the blackboard spoke for itself. Koenji folded his arms and smirked. Besides, I don't care in the slightest if the school assists me in attaining higher education or not. It has already been decided that I will lead the Koenji conglomerate group. Whether I'm in Class D or Class A is a trivial matter. I can understand why he would think that way. His future is already decided whether the school deems him a failure or not. Plus, it's true that if you ignore the school's classification of students, then it's not really a big deal. The only thing you'd be worried about is the number of points that you receive every month. 9,700 points isn't much, but it's better than having nothing, Kiyotaka thought. It looks like your bubbles have burst. If you had simply understood the harsh reality of your situation from the start, then this homeroom period might have meant something. Several of her students had their heads down, as they tried to process all of this. This wasn't how they were expecting this day to go, with their teacher crushing their hopes of having an enjoyable life in this school. Some of them were even close to crying. Now, your midterm exams are in 3 weeks. Think things over, and be careful not to drop out. Remember that you still have points that were delivered to you. You can find a way to avoid getting red marks on your red cards. After all, you're in a prestigious school that expects great things from you. With that, Chabashira gathered her stuff and exited the room, even closing the door with force. She left the poster of the different classes and their points behind, probably so that her students could reflect on their behavior and performance. Point 33 Act 6, Scene 3, if we don't get any more points, what am I gonna do? I can't live with just 9,000 points. Does this mean we can't get into college now? Why the hell did we even go to this school? Does Sai-chan sensei hate us or something? During the break, the classroom erupted into chaos. It's like their teacher's words was a bomb that exploded, and this was the outcome. Most of the boys and girls were in despair from this turn of events, some were calmly assessing the situation, and then there was Koenji who didn't care at all. Forget about the points. What about this class? Why was I put into Class D? Yukimura cried, obviously upset about his placement in a class whose students were considered failures. Everyone, I know that you are all confused, but we all need to calm down. Causing a ruckus won't help anyone. Hirata, sensing that the class was about to delve deeper into chaos, stood up and attempted to act as the voice of reason. How are we supposed to calm down? Sensei just called us a bunch of failures. Aren't you even frustrated with all of this? Yukimura continued to rant, giving in to his emotions and letting his anger take over. Even if I was, it's better for us to work together in order to turn things around. Turn things around. I don't even agree with how we were sorted in the first place. Hirata nodded his head in sympathy. I understand. However, whining about our situation won't help us right now. That was something that Yukimura didn't take kindly. Marching over towards Hirata, he grabbed the blonde teen by the collar forcefully. What did you say? He growled. Please calm down, you two. I'm sure that Chabashira-sensei talked to us harshly, so we'd do a lot better next time, spoke Kushida, walking towards the two and gently prying them away from each other. Yukimura didn't resist at all, and simply listened to the girl who continued to speak. Besides, it's only been 1 month since we started here. There's still plenty of time for us to get our points up, but we can't do it when we're all divided like this. Come on, everyone. I mean. I certainly wouldn't say you're wrong, but... Yukimura's anger vanished in an instant. With that, the girl shifted her attention towards everyone else and flashed a sincere smile. It's better for us to band together. There's no need for us to fight against each other. That would only make things worse, don't you think? I'm sorry. I lost my cool, Yukimura apologized. Hirata waved the apology off. It's all right, Yukimura-kun. I should have chosen my words a little more carefully, so we are both at fault. While Kikyo brought everyone together effortlessly as if she was a goddess of sorts, Kiyotaka took a picture of the poster in front and observed it closely. Suzun noticed his action and immediately grew curious. What are you doing? Figuring out how points are calculated, he replied, not taking his eyes off his phone. Didn't sensei already explain how? Points are immediately deducted when a student arrives late, does something else in the middle of a discussion, and other acts that are not befitting of the proper student. Yes, Chabashira-sensei did explain how points are deducted. However, she didn't explain anything about how they can be increased, he pointed out. Of course, it's possible that our points may never increase again, but from sensei's words earlier, it's possible for us to overtake Class A. We simply need to find out how a class can increase its points. Wouldn't it be difficult to figure those details out at this stage? Furthermore, I don't believe you can resolve this by simply investigating. You'd have to get everyone to listen to you as well. As Suzun said those words, Kiyotaka noticed something different from her. Normally, the girl was cool and composed, but now it felt like those aspects of her were gone. He also noticed that she sounded rather impatient now. Was it because of their current dilemma as a class? Are you also planning to get into a college after graduating from this school? He asked, turning his head to face her. Why do you ask? Well, when we learned about the differences between Class A and D, I noticed that you looked shocked. Were you hoping to receive 100,000 points like everyone else? I wasn't, but it was certainly a surprise to find out that points are a reflection of our performances, she admitted. Regardless, not having points won't hinder our lives here. We have free options whenever we need it, right? He nodded in agreement. Ever since he heard from Yamauchi that the cafeteria offered free food, he began to take notice of some students who ordered the free meal instead of a normal one. That's true. Though, this is a tragic fate for those who spent all of their points this past month. Suzun clasped her hands together and let out a sigh. While unfortunate, they've simply reaped what they've sown. And like what Chabashira-sensei said, we still managed to retain at least 97 points after the first month. If anything, they should feel lucky that we didn't end up with 0, or we would have not received any points in our balance. That's also true, which is why we have a chance to turn things around. We simply have to find out how a class can increase its points. Getting everyone to listen should be easy with people like Hirata and Kushida leading the charge, he replied calmly. If you say so, she sighed, not even sounding convinced by his words. Attention, everyone. Before class begins, I want you to listen seriously for a moment. The classroom was still in an uproar until now, but Hirata quickly claimed everyone's attention when he stood at the teacher's podium. His presence was enough to calm his classmates, though it didn't make their situation better. While we won't be receiving 100,000 points this month, all hope is not lost yet. We still have the 9,700 points that were sent to us, but we can't afford to take this lightly anymore. Now that we are aware that our points can be deducted, we have to tread lightly and be careful about what we do in this school. I'm sure nobody wants our points to go any lower than they already are right now, right? Yes, Hirata-kun is absolutely right, one of the female students shouted, her worries immediately remedied by Hirata's mere presence. Hirata gave a kind nod in response, before continuing. Therefore, we must work to increase our points next month. In order to do that, we all need to cooperate with each other. So please, take care not to be late to class or to talk during a lecture. Using cell phones during class is prohibited too, of course. Ah. Since when do you get to tell us what to do? Ike asked, displeased with the fact that a pretty boy like Hirata was ordering them around like he was the class leader. Do you have a better idea, idiot? Pseudo spoke up from behind him. You don't get to talk like that, Pseudo. You were next to the lowest score in the exam. So? It just means I'll have to do better next time, he shrugged, surprising a lot of the boys in the room. Normally, that would have caused him to lose his cool and prepare for a fight, but Ken remained where he was. All of us were caught off guard with the thing about points and the exams. None of us could have seen it coming. Even Ike was surprised, but he hid it behind a smug grin. Ha! I wouldn't even be surprised if you fail the next exam and cause yourself to get expelled, Pseudo. Pseudo didn't even look annoyed one bit. Instead, he felt amused. Really? Want to bet on that? Sure thing. If I get a higher score in the next exam, then you have to walk around this room on all fours, barking like a dog. Deal, he agreed in a nonchalant voice, shocking almost everyone in the class at how easily he agreed to such a ridiculous demand. Still, he didn't seem bothered. But if I get a higher score, then you have to burn all of the doujinshi and porn magazines that you have in your room. Ike's face turned comically white. What the? How the hell did you know about those? He demanded, before realizing that everyone was now staring at him because of what was just revealed. He quickly shrunk from everyone's gazes. I mean, sure, bring it on. I'll whoop your ass in the next exam, Pseudo. You'll be crawling around here like a dog, I'll make sure of it. Onodera didn't hesitate to stand up from her seat and run towards her friend, sending him a look of worry. Pseudo-kun, what are you doing? She asked. Don't worry about it, he reassured her, which didn't really ease Kayano's worries one bit. Interesting. Kiyotaka thought, feeling surprised at this turn of events as well. I'm tempted to lend Pseudo a helping hand in this, but I suppose I'll just watch and see this unfold. He looks like he already has the situation under control. Right. Hirata sweat dropped at what just happened, before shifting his focus back to the task at hand. Well, I hope everyone understands what we must do from now on. Chabashira-sensei may have been harsh in her words earlier, but like what Kushida-san said, she likely acted that way to make us do better next time. After finishing his little speech, Hirata then stepped down from the podium. Strangely enough, he didn't go back to his seat and instead, walked towards Ayanokouji's desk. Horikita-san, Ayanokouji-kun, do you have a moment? I want to speak with you about how we can increase our points. Is it fine with you? He asked. Why us? Asked Kiyotaka in return, feeling curious why Yosuke turned to them of all people. I want to hear everyone's opinions. However, I feel that if I ask for everyone to state what they think, more than half of the class probably won't take it seriously. I'm sorry, can you ask someone else? I'm not good at discussing things with others, said Suzun. I am not forcing you to speak up, Horikita-san. If you could think of something that can help, then it would be good. A simple suggestion would be good enough. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in something meaningless. This is the first challenge that we'll be facing together as a united Class D. We have to. Suzun looked at him coldly. I refuse. I will not participate. From her words alone, Yosuke understood that the girl wasn't going to change her stance. I see. I'm sorry if I bothered you. If you change your mind, you are welcome to join us. Feeling dejected, he turned his attention towards Kiyotaka this time. What about you, Ayanokouji-kun? Kiyotaka wanted to join so that he can get some possible ideas on how their points can be increased, but he was curious about Suzun. What exactly was her problem? He noticed that she was acting strange ever since their teacher left, as if she had become more distrustful of other people than before. It's probably for the best if he deals with this right now, otherwise it might come back to bite him in the ass in the future. I'll pass, although I might change my mind. I see. If you do change your mind, then please let me know. Yosuke seemed to understand his stance, since Kiyotaka didn't reject him strongly like Suzun. As their blonde classmate left them, Kiyotaka didn't waste time and turned to look at Suzun. Mind explaining what that was about? He asked whilst raising an eyebrow. I already said it. I'm not good at discussing things with others, she repeated. You don't seem to have any problem discussing things with me, he rebuked. The girl sighed. You are different, moron. Oh, I see. I'm different because you like me, he teased. Susan blushed for a brief moment at that claim, before she sent him a scowl. I'll stab you with this pen if you don't stop, she threatened, raising her pen for emphasis. Stopping now, Kiyotaka conceded. He definitely didn't want to see this girl get angry, because the system might do something to fuck him over if he does. Susan kept on glaring at him regardless, checking to see if he was really going to stop. When he didn't say anything else, she took a deep breath to calm herself. It would have been pointless to discuss things with Hirata-kun. If our situation could be easily solved by talking, then it would be fine. However, if an unintelligent student who has no idea how to deal with the issue at hand tries to lead the discussion, then the group will simply fall apart. I doubt that Hirata-kun actually knows how to increase our points. You have a good point, he nodded in agreement. It was clear that Hirata had no idea how to actually help their class, and is simply doing this in order to prevent the whole dynamic from falling apart. That's why he was asking for others' input on how they could increase their points. Besides, I can't meekly accept my current situation. You shouldn't, either. He looked at her in confusion. Can't accept? What do you mean? Susan didn't answer his question. She only stared at the poster that Chabashira-sensei left for the 34 Act 6, Scene 4. After their classes had ended, Hirata stood in front and prepared the blackboard for a big discussion regarding their class. Because of his powerful charisma, almost everyone in the class had shown, with the exception of Koenji and Horikita. Koenji didn't really care about the whole issue, while Horikita left early because she had something important to attend to, according to her at least. If Kiyotaka had to take a guess, she was most likely on her way to the teacher's office for a talk with Chabashira-sensei. He could still remember her shocked look upon finding out that the different classes also indicated an hierarchy of sorts, and knowing that girl's personality, she wasn't pleased about being placed in a class of failures. Unlike Yukimura though, she was calm and composed about it instead of throwing a tantrum in the classroom, but now she was likely going to get answers from Chabashira-sensei herself. Ayanokouji. Kiyotaka's attention was drawn to Yamauchi, who suddenly appeared in front of his desk with a look of despair on his face. What's wrong? He asked, tilting his head slightly in confusion. Hey, can you buy this from me for 20,000 points? I need more points, he cried, holding up a handheld gaming console that he apparently bought immediately after receiving his 100,000 points on the first day of school. Now that Chabashira-sensei dropped a massive bomb on them about their points, Yamauchi found himself in desperate need of more. Kiyotaka gave him a blank stare. If I buy it, then who am I supposed to play with? How the hell should I know? Come on, it's a good console. It's a limited edition one, so it's a good deal. Not my problem, Kiyotaka said flatly. He didn't even want the thing. Also, why was Yamauchi turning to him for help in the first place? They weren't even friends, as far as he was concerned. Come on, Ayanokouji. You're my only hope. Yamauchi continued to wail. Kiyotaka continued to stare at him with an impassive look, despite the teary-eyed look on his classmate's face. Fortunately, he quickly realized that Kiyotaka wasn't convinced one bit, so Yamauchi immediately switched to another target. Professor. Your buddy needs a favor from you. Buy this game system for 22,000 points. So, not only did he switch his attention to Sotomura, but he also increased the price, the young man thought to himself, unsure if he should feel disappointed or annoyed. Things are really tough for our classmates who used up their points. Kikyo spoke as she approached Kiyotaka's desk. Like what Chabashira-sensei said, it's not like we didn't receive anything this month. They'll just have to live with 9,700 points and what's left of their initial money, he sighed. The girl nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's true. Still, I wish I could help them. He had no idea if she was faking or being genuine with that statement. Like everyone else, Kushida was shocked upon finding out that there's more to the points that they receive than meets the eye. But what about you? Do you have enough points? Girls need a lot of things to live with, if I'm not mistaken. I'm okay. For now, anyway. I think I've used up half of my points. I kinda lost control this past month and overspent a bit, hee. She confessed while twiddling her fingers in embarrassment. But it's nothing to worry about. I'll hold myself back this time. What about you, Ayanokouji-kun? He shrugged. Money wasn't a problem for him. He was more concerned with finding out how their points could be increased so countermeasures can be prepared ahead of time. I'll be fine. I didn't even spend a lot of points, since I didn't need to buy anything. In fact, I'm more worried about you. It's got to be hard not to spend money when you're so popular. Hee hee. I guess. Hey, Ayanokouji. Do you have a minute? Both of them turned their heads to see Kei walking up to Kiyotaka's desk, looking strangely nervous from the way she was rubbing her arm and her gaze directed elsewhere. Do you need something, Karuizawa? Asked Kiyotaka. I kinda spent a lot of points this past month. I think I only have 20,000 left, actually. If you don't mind, can I have some points from you? Just 2,000 points would be enough, she asked, feeling both embarrassed and nervous that she was asking him to lend her some points. This surprised the young man. This was the first time they've talked in a long while, and while the system wasn't saying anything about a heroine losing interest in him or outright hating him, it was still surprising to see Karuizawa approaching him for a reason like this. Why me? Why not your friends? He asked curiously. I already asked them and they lent me some, but I don't think it's enough yet, and I kinda overheard what you and Kushida-san were talking about just now, so I know that you still have a lot, and not that I was listening on purpose, obviously, she explained. And, well, you're the only guy I talk to around here. That was an exaggeration. The last time they talked was during the little trip that Kushida organized a week ago. That mattered little to her, though. When they were alone together that time, Kiyotaka wasn't really bad company and he never once acted like a desperate pervert who's out to get her. As far as she was concerned, she could approach him without fear. That, and there was no way in hell she would talk to another boy around here for points, maybe except for Yosuke. Actually, she could also approach him later on and ask for some points too. If you need points, Karuizawa-san, then I'd be happy to. No, I can't borrow some from you. I know you already spent a lot, Kushida-san. I'm asking Ayanokouji, she said, cutting off Kikyo before she could finish her sentence. So, is it fine with you? If you don't want to, it's fine. Kei felt a little nervous about his answer since she knew that they weren't even friends or even close for her to ask him for some points, but little did she know that the decision was already made. Sure, why not? Only 2,000, right? Kiyotaka asked. He didn't have a shortage of points, so why wouldn't he help her out? Plus, even if he didn't want to, it's not like he could say no and make her sad, which was a huge red flag in his book. Kei stared at him in shock for a few moments, showing that she really wasn't expecting him to give her points just because she asked. Besides, he didn't owe her anything. However, her doubts were proven wrong, and right away, a big smile took over her features. Thank you. Really, thanks for this, Ayanokouji-kun. She flashed him a genuine smile, before pulling out a little piece of paper that had a cell phone number written on it. Here's my number, by the way. You can send the points to me later. Thanks again. She left the sheet of paper on his desk before walking away, in pursuit of a new person whom she can ask for points. However, she was clearly in a much better mood than before, all traces of nervousness gone in her features. You have gained 10 affection points with Karuizawa Kei. Karuizawa looked kind of cute when she smiled like that. Kiyotaka thought as he stared at the blonde girl for a bit, before pocketing the sheet of paper that she left for him. He'll send her the points she needed later on, maybe when he gets back to his dorm. I guess this means I'm good in her eyes. That was amazing, Ayanokouji-kun. I honestly thought you were going to ignore Karuizawa-san because it's not your problem. It's what you did for Yamauchi-kun earlier, Kikyo cheered on while clapping her hands in applause. You have a point. It's probably her fault that she spent almost all of her points as well. But unlike Yamauchi, she wasn't persuading me to give her points. She would have understood if I turned her down. I think that's enough reason for me to help her, he told her. There was also another reason that involved keeping her happy since she's one of his heroines, but there's no need for Kushida to know about that. Wow, Ayanokouji-kun. I never knew you could be so kind, she smiled brightly. Are you saying I'm not kind? That's not what I'm saying. Kushida shook her head, looking appalled at that accusation. It's just. I don't think you're close with Karuizawa-san or even proper friends with her since you don't really talk to each other, but you still helped her. Because she would have been sad if I didn't, he thought to himself. The loudspeaker from outside the room then came alive, and the voice that spoke issued an announcement that could be heard from inside. Ayanokouji Kiyotaka from first year, Class D. Please come see Chabashira-sensei in the faculty office. Kikyo turned to him in surprise. Looks like Chabashira-sensei wants to see you. It appears so, the young man said, maintaining his usual expression for everyone to see even though deep down, he felt confused. I'll see you later then. 35 Act 6, Scene 5. As Kiyotaka left the classroom and set off for the teacher's office, all while ignoring the stares from his other classmates along the way, he was in deep thought. Why would Chabashira-sensei call for a meeting with him? He couldn't have done anything wrong that could get him in trouble, right? In fact, he could count the number of his classmates who have actually committed an offense that would be worthy of a one-on-one meeting with their teacher. Could this be about the little incident that happened between Sakura and I? He asked himself, remembering the escapade he had with one of his heroines a few weeks ago, where he walked in on her while she was changing clothes. I don't think so. While she was extremely embarrassed about that incident, I doubt Sakura could tell someone else about it. She doesn't even talk to anyone in the classroom, so it's unlikely that she went to Chabashira-sensei right away. Well, the only way to find out would be to go see his homeroom teacher. Whatever this meeting would be about though, Kiyotaka was almost certain that the cause of it was a simple misunderstanding. As far as he was concerned, he had done nothing wrong and he had been keeping a low profile ever since school began, well, trying to, at least. It didn't take him long to find the faculty office. But just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, he immediately noticed that someone else was about to do the same, causing him to pull his hand away. Oh, I apologize. Are you going inside too? He then turned his head to see one of the most beautiful girls whom he had laid eyes on. Sure, Horikita, Kushida, and Matsushita were very beautiful themselves, but this girl was almost on another level. Her strawberry blonde hair that reached her back was already one thing, and then there were her eyes. They were of the color blue and Kiyotaka couldn't help but be drawn into them as the girl locked gazes with him. To add to that, she also had a well-endowed figure like Sakura, to the point that the young man had to keep himself from looking down at her chest. Yeah, I was. You. Kiyotaka coughed, as he steered his thoughts away from ogling this girl and her body. I wonder if the system made her into a heroine as well. She smiled. Yep. I'm looking for our class advisor, Hashinomiya-sensei. She was supposed to arrive at our classroom about an hour ago, but she didn't show herself. So, I came to check if she's here. What about you? I was called here for a meeting with Chabashira-sensei, he revealed, finding no reason to hide that fact from her. Oh, so that was you, she asked, realizing that this was the same person whose name she heard over the school intercom earlier. Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, right? Kiyotaka nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ayanokouji-kun. My name is Ichinos Honami, from Class B. She threw out her hand for a handshake, which he accepted without hesitation. As he did so, several notifications popped up and the young man quickly read through them all. Honami route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Ichinos Honami. Your current status with Honami has changed to fellow leaders. You have gained 1 affection point with Ichinos Honami. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, Harem Creator. You gained +5 in charm. Seriously? All I did was shake her hand. He raised an eyebrow, taken aback at how easy that was before letting out a sigh at the last one. And I'm not surprised that there's an achievement like that. If the system's not making my life more complicated than before, then it's mocking me about my situation. He shook his head to shift his attention back to reality, as he gave her a nod out of acknowledgement. I'm delighted to meet a beautiful girl like you. Honami blinked a few times, before she blushed, having been caught off guard by that compliment. You have gained 5 affection points with Ichinos Honami. Kiyotaka quickly realized what he just said. Wait, did I really say that? That wasn't what I had in mind. Oh, don't tell me this is gonna be a regular occurrence from now on. It was already obvious that the system was making him say these things, even though he didn't choose between the 3 choices that it normally gives him when talking to a heroine. Even now when he is finally getting used to the madness that this Eroge superpower can bring to a normal person, it's still finding a new way to annoy him. Before he could apologize to the girl about what he said, he noticed that her heroine screen had finally appeared atop her head. Obviously, he couldn't help but read it and see what information it could give him. Ichino's Honami, bright and friendly schoolmate. Relationship status, fellow leaders. Affection points, 6/100. Heroine summary: Honami is an extremely beautiful girl who is currently considered to be one of the most attractive students in this school. She has a buxom figure, beautiful hair, big boobs, godlike hips, sexy thighs, pretty much everything you could ever want in a girl. Despite her bubbly and friendly personality, she had a troubled past that nearly destroyed her life. When her mother was hospitalized, it left her younger sister without a present on her birthday. She stole an expensive hair clip to make her sister happy, but it was soon returned when her mother found out, and she was left in a depressed state for months, causing her to waste the remaining time of her third year in middle school. Okay, he didn't need to see that first part because he could already see those traits from her, but the later part of her summary was what definitely caught his attention. Like Karuizawa, she's doing a good job of hiding her past by putting up a bright and friendly face. She's not like Kushida, though. Ichino seems like she genuinely wants to get along with everyone, he concluded. There's a few vague parts of her summary that still need some details, but this already gives me enough information about her. Honami-chan. What are you doing here? A young woman of average height with light brown hair and purple eyes stepped out of the teacher's office, a confused look on her face. Honami quickly snapped out of her flustered state and turned her attention to the woman. Hashinomiya-sensei, why didn't you arrive for homeroom earlier? We've been waiting an hour for you, but you never showed yourself. She tilted her head in confusion, before it all came crashing down on her like a ton of bricks. Oh, silly me. I must have forgotten. Must be because of the alcohol from last night. I'm sorry, Honami-chan. Please forgive me, she wailed, shedding anime tears as Honami tried to calm her down. What an incompetent teacher, Kiyotaka commented in his thoughts. He had never tasted alcohol before, but he was completely sure that it's a bad idea to get drunk when a person has a job the next morning, especially for a teacher in the most prestigious high school in the country. The woman quickly recovered from her crying fit and noticed Kiyotaka's presence afterwards, causing her to raise an eyebrow curiously. Oh, and who's this? I don't believe you're part of my class, are you? I'm not, he replied. I was asked by Chabashira-sensei to go here. Oh, Sae-chan. That's strange, she never asks for students to go here. She mumbled, before eagerly walking up to the young man. Why did she tell you to come here? Why? I have no clue. But that's not right. There has to be a reason why she called you here. What's your name? Ayanokouji Kiyotaka. Ayanokouji-kun, I'm Hoshinomiya Chie, the teacher in charge of Class B. Sae-chan and I have been friends since high school, she smiled, before leaning closer to him. You must be pretty popular in her class, huh? While the young man maintained his calmness despite the woman's zealous attitude, Kiyotaka began to wonder if she was really a teacher. She was acting more like a student with the tendency to question everything rather than a person with a job to lecture her class. Hashinomiya-sensei, I think you should leave Ayanokouji-kun. Chie ignored her. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? I don't, he shook his head, but his mind had another answer. Technically, I'll soon have 8 girlfriends thanks to this Eroge system. I wonder how that will fare. If you were in my class, then I'd have you all to myself. Ayanokouji-kun is pretty hot, if I may say so. Chie flashed him a seductive look, which caught Honami off guard and made her take a step back, while Kiyotaka remained as calm as ever. Before she could do anything else though, a stern voice stopped the woman in her tracks. What are you doing, Hoshinomiya? Chabashira-sensei stepped out of the office in time to see what was happening between her fellow teacher and her student. Without hesitation, she smacked Hoshinomiya on the head with her clipboard, making the woman back away while holding her skull in great pain. Ow! What was that for? She cried. For attempting to assault one of my students. Chie pouted. I was just asking him some questions while he waited for you, Sae-chan. It didn't seem like you were. Sae folded her arms, unamused with her fellow teacher's antics. Ichino's, was it? Please take her away. Honami quickly shook her head to snap herself back to reality, as she nodded and grabbed her teacher by the hand, before pulling her away from there. No. I still have some questions I want to ask Ayanokouji-kun. The woman cried helplessly as she tried, and failed, to free herself from Ichino's grip. Kiyotaka watched quietly as Hashinomiya-sensei got dragged away. I have no idea if Hashinomiya-sensei is going to be a heroine as well, but considering how Chabashira-sensei is a potential one, I shouldn't be surprised. I wonder how I should deal with her if that ever happens, he said in his thoughts, already thinking of a plan if it ever happens that Chie would be one of his heroines. Sorry about her, Chabashira spoke, gaining the young man's attention. Let's go inside and we can discuss what I called you here for. Sae opened the office and allowed her student to step inside first, before closing the door. She then gestured for him to sit down on one of the couches, where 3 cups of tea were waiting at the small table at the center. Kiyotaka noticed the extra teacup right away, making him think that there's someone else who'll be joining them. Am I in trouble? He asked as he sat down. I don't think I've done anything wrong, sensei. No, you haven't done anything wrong. At least in the eyes of the school, Sae answered him as she took her seat as well. Before he could think about what she meant, the door then opened, causing the teacher and student to turn their heads and see who had arrived. 6 Act 6, Scene 6 Horikita Suzun walked in with her usual cool expression and immediately, she saw Chabashira-sensei sitting at one of the couches there, drinking tea. That was when she noticed that there was someone else with her, and it was a person whom she was overly familiar with. Ayanokouji-kun. Why are you here? She frowned in confusion at seeing him here in the teacher's office, before shaking her head. It doesn't matter if he was here. Never mind. Sensei, I need to speak with you urgently. Then take a seat beside Ayanokouji. It's a good thing that I prepared 3 cups of tea beforehand, she told the girl, who did as she was told and sat right beside her classmate. So, what did you want to talk to me about, Horikita? I was right. Horikita was planning to talk to Chabashira-sensei, Kiyotaka thought to himself, taking a hidden glance at his classmate. But why now? Why not earlier right after she left the classroom? Unless. I will be frank. Why was I sorted into Class D? Asked Suzun, taking a sip of her tea to calm herself. That's quite frank. Suzun frowned. Today, you told us that the school sorted superior students into Class A. You said that Class D was filled with the leftovers, the delinquents, and failures. That's true. Based on your question, you must consider yourself to be a superior person. Kiyotaka kept his attention towards Suzun, wondering how she would react to this. If her personality was to be taken into account, then she would no doubt refuse to take this lying down. He really lucked out by becoming friends with her before all of this. I solved nearly every problem on the entrance examination. I made no substantial mistakes during my interview, either. I can understand if I wasn't put in Class A, but at the very least, I shouldn't have been sorted into Class D. You solved nearly all of the problems on the entrance examination, Normally I couldn't show the examination results to individual students, but I'll make an exception in this case. I just so happen to have your answer sheet here, Chabashira said, removing Horikita's answer sheet from her clipboard before showing it to her. Suzun's eyes widened slightly in realization. You're prepared for this? It's almost as if you knew I'd come here to protest. I'm an instructor. I understand the mind of a student, at least to some degree, Horikita Suzun. Just as you said, you did well on the entrance examination. You had the 3rd highest test score among the first-year students and were close to the highest and 2nd highest scoring students. You did exceedingly well in the written test. And you are also right on your second point. We found no particular problems in your interview. On the contrary, we evaluated you quite highly. Then why? Before I answer that, why are you dissatisfied with Class D? Who could be happy with an incorrect evaluation? On top of that, you said that the class rankings greatly impact our future prospects. Of course I'm dissatisfied. Incorrect evaluation, you say? Then perhaps your self-evaluation is far too high. Sae laughed. I acknowledge that your academic ability is excellent. You're certainly very smart as well. However, who exactly decided that smart people are categorically superior? We never said that. Kiyotaka was starting to put the pieces together in his mind after those words, while Suzun was struggling to understand everything. But, that's just common sense. Common sense. Didn't common sense create our current, flawed society? Before, Japan relied solely on test scores to separate the superior and inferior. As a result, the incompetents at the top tried desperately to kick down the truly superior students. In the end, we settled on a system of hereditary succession. Which also means that the school didn't sort students based on academic ability alone, the young man concluded in his thoughts. You're a capable student, Horikita. I don't deny that. However, this school's goal is to produce superior people. If you believe academics alone place you into a higher class, then you are mistaken. That was the very first thing we explained to you. Besides, think rationally. Would we have admitted someone like Yamauchi if we decided superiority based solely on academic merit? TCH. Suzun gritted her teeth. It was clear that she was slowly losing her patience. Furthermore, you may be too hasty in proclaiming that no one would be happy to be incorrectly evaluated. Take Class A, for instance. They are under incredible pressure from the school, and are also the target of extreme envy from the lower classes. Competing every day with that kind of pressure bearing down upon you is far more difficult than you might imagine. There are some students who are happy to be incorrectly evaluated at a lower level. You must be joking. I can't understand how a person would think like that, Suzun retorted, folding her arms across her chest. Is that so? I think that Class D boasts some of those people. Strange students who would be happy to remain where they are until they graduate. I almost felt like she was talking to me right there, Kiyotaka thought. You still haven't given me an explanation, sensei. Was I honestly sorted into Class D? Did anything go wrong with the grading? Please double-check, the black-haired student said, still believing that there was some kind of mistake with her placement in Class D. I'm sorry, but you weren't sorted by mistake. You are definitely in Class D. You are at that level. Disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. Is that so? Then I will ask the school again, at another time. Horikita's not going to give up. She merely determined that Chabashira-sensei is the wrong person to ask. The young man shook his head in slight disappointment. In all honesty, he shouldn't be surprised that Horikita was like this since her heroine summary already told him everything he needed to know. It's just that he had gotten used to a more open side of Horikita in the past weeks, that seeing her like this made her seem like a completely different person when she's around him. You'll get the same answer from anyone in a higher position. Besides, there's no need to be disappointed. As I told you this morning, it's possible for one class to overtake another. You could reach Class A and overtake the other classes before you graduate. I can't imagine that it will be easy, though. Forget overtaking Class A, how in the world could we even gain points if we have immature misfits in our class? I can't see how it's possible, Suzun argued. She wasn't wrong, the difference in points between Class D and the other classes was overwhelming, and to make matters worse, unity was a major issue within them that can't be remedied through nice words and comforting gestures. SAE shrugged. I don't know. You alone get to decide how you head down that path. At any rate, Horikita, do you need to be in Class A for any special reason? That was a question that the girl couldn't answer right away, mainly because she didn't know what to say. Well, I suppose that's enough for now, she finally spoke after thinking hard about what she should answer. But know that I'm not yet convinced that I was sorted correctly. Understood. I will keep that in mind. Now then, Ayanokouji, I'll explain why I called you here. Chabashira-sensei dismissed the girl's concerns and shifted her attention to the young men who had been listening silently until now. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Horikita muttered as she prepared to leave. She was actually planning to talk to him about all this, but she could just wait until their teacher was done with him. Wait, Horikita. It would be in your best interest to stay and listen. It may provide you with a hint on how to reach Class A. Suzun looked at her friend for a moment, as though she was considering SAE's words, before she sat back down. Please keep it brief, she said. Chabashira-sensei chuckled as she glanced over her clipboard, before turning back towards the young men in front of her. You're an interesting student, Ayanokouji. I don't think I am, he humbly denied. Well, when I read over the entrance exam's results, your scores piqued my interest. I was honestly shocked. She removed another answer sheet from her clipboard and showed it to her two students, one that Kiyotaka was familiar with. 50 points in Japanese. 50 points in mathematics. 50 points in English. 50 points in social studies. 50 points in science. In the recent short test, you scored 70 points. A slight improvement, but not enough. Do you know what this means? A stunned Horikita looked over the test paper and then shifted her focus to her friend. This is a rather frightening coincidence, she mumbled. Chabashira smirked. Oh. You believe that getting 50s in every subject was a coincidence. He did it intentionally. It's a coincidence. There's no evidence that it isn't. Besides, what would I gain by manipulating my scores in the first place? If I was intelligent enough to achieve high marks, I would have tried to get perfect scores. Chabashira sighed in exasperation. Listen. Only 3% of students solved the fifth math problem successfully. You solved it perfectly, and even used a complex formula to do so. However, the 10th problem on the test had a completion rate of 76%. Did you make a mistake on it? Or did you do it on purpose? Kiyotaka shrugged. It was a coincidence. Perhaps I simply did not know the answer to the question, sensei. For crying out loud. I respect your frank attitude, but it'll cause problems for you in the future, Ayanokouji, the woman said. I'll simply deal with them when they come. Sae let out a deep sigh. Why do you pretend not to know? Like I said, it was a coincidence. It's not like I'm hiding that I'm a genius or anything. Kiyotaka wanted to groan. Even he knew that attempt in lying was horrible. I wonder. He may be even more intelligent than you, Horikita. Instead of reacting in a negative manner to such a claim, Susan simply stared at Kiyotaka in wonder. She was thinking of the possibility that everything their teacher was saying about her classmate was true, but a lot of things won't make sense if that was truly the case. I don't like studying, and I don't plan to try hard. That's why I got those scores, the young man said in a last effort to explain how he got a 50 in every test. A student who chose this school wouldn't say something like that. However, some students may have different reasons for getting in. You, for example, and Kuenji as well. I think you're fine with being in either D or A. What makes you think that, sensei? Horikita asked. Chabashira-sensei smirked. You want me to explain it to you in detail, Horikita? Yes. As much as I would like to, I'm afraid I don't have any more time. It's almost time for the faculty meeting, so I have to leave. Don't worry, Horikita. You can talk to him yourself if you want answers. Now, I'm going to close the door, so please get out. The two quickly left the office, but they didn't go anywhere yet. They simply stood outside the office, not knowing what to do. Want to head back to the classroom? Kiyotaka asked, taking a glance at the girl. Susan didn't respond at all and simply kept her head down, as if she was thinking deeply about something. Seeing her in this state, the young man chose to walk away. It's probably even for the best that they stay away from each other until tomorrow. Wait. Horikita called out, stopping him before he could even move. Was your score really just a coincidence? She asked. 37 Act 6, Scene 7. Kiyotaka was about to utter the same response that he said to their teacher, but thought twice about it. Susan knew that he wasn't like their other classmates, at least when it comes to abilities. She likely sees him as either a rival or an equal. She knew that because he implied it when he told her that his school made him study a full-blown novel as part of the curriculum. Yeah, it's true that she didn't believe it at first, but after everything that she has seen from him up until this point, she now had no reason not to believe his words back then. I don't know if I should be glad or annoyed that I basically told Horikita about what I'm capable of doing, Kiyotaka said in his mind as he sighed heavily. On one hand, he could feel glad that he won't have to hide what he can do from her, while on the other, this was only going to make things even more complicated because not only would he have to deal with his Eroge superpower, he would also have to show more of what he can do. Do you want to know the honest answer? He asked. Susan walked towards him so that they were standing side by side. Of course. Then it wasn't. I intended to get a score of 50 in every exam, he admitted. The girl had already suspected it ever since Chabashira-sensei pointed it out as a possibility, so Susan wasn't that shocked to know this. She was curious about another thing, though. Why? Wouldn't it have been better to do your best in the entrance exams? Kiyotaka shrugged. Simple. I didn't want to attract attention, and I wanted to have a normal high school life. If I had gotten a higher score, there's no doubt that it would have brought me unnecessary attention. Then what's the point of solving the complex problems and making a mistake on the easy ones? Susan pointed out his hypocrisy. That alone got you attention from Chabashira-sensei. I just wanted to test myself. It didn't occur to me that she would confront you and I about it and reveal what I did. She thought about his answer for a moment before putting it all together, everything that he and their teacher said. Does this mean you're not interested in reaching Class A? She asked, remembering how Chabashira pointed out that Ayanokouji didn't really care about which class he ended up in. He raised an eyebrow at her. You have an extraordinary fixation on Class A for some reason. Should I not? I'm simply striving to improve my future prospects. I didn't say that. You should. It's perfectly natural. But now that we know we're at the bottom of the school hierarchy around here, you'll have a hard time getting there. It doesn't matter, she shook her head stubbornly. I will reach Class A. But first, I wish to find out this school's true motives. Why was I put into Class D? Chabashira-sensei said that I had been deemed a Class D student, but why exactly? When I discover the answer, I'll aim for A. No, I will definitely make it to A. The young man saw this as an opportunity to show Horikita her biggest flaw. If she wanted to reach Class A, then she needed to be aware of this as soon as possible. The longer she stays ignorant of what's wrong with herself, the longer it will take for her to change. The worst-case scenario would be that she never realizes it, and will result in her undoing. He couldn't let that happen. Since you wanted me to be honest, I'll continue to be honest with you, Horikita. Kiyotaka stood in front of her and stared directly into her eyes. You're deemed as a Class D student because of your attitude, he said firmly. There are honestly times where I feel glad and lucky that I managed to befriend you on our first day here. Because I can tell that you would have been different if I didn't. Very different. Susan stared at him in confusion. Different. Don't you realize it? If we had never been friends, then you would have been someone who has no regard for the people whom she thinks are below her. I'm honestly glad that I prevented that from happening, because I can already see that you're starting to change. Against my expectations, you actually befriended Kushida, someone whom you disliked at first. I don't understand. She muttered, wondering what he was trying to achieve with this. Then I'll ask you this and I want you to be honest. If you had never found out that I came from a prestigious school before this, would our relationship stay the same as it is right now? If you had never found out from Chabashira-sensei that I intended to score a 50 in all of my entrance examinations, would you still be here, listening to me? He asked. Sure, you only referred to me as a friend after we saw your older brother, but at that point, you didn't see me as a person who's inferior to you. Instead, you saw me as someone equal. Her eyes slowly widening in realization, Susan looked down and thought about everything he said just now. Her attitude, what she could have been if they had never been friends, what could have happened if she didn't have a favorable opinion about him from the start, and how she saw him now compared to their other classmates. Kiyotaka felt a sense of satisfaction when he noticed that his words were getting through to her, so he decided to press on. Plus, think about it. Do you really think that you alone can get our class to overtake the other classes? I don't really care what class we end up as, but I'm asking you, as a friend, can you do it all by yourself? With that, Kiyotaka stopped and waited for Susan's response, which took about a minute. The whole time, the girl kept her head low and she was completely quiet. When she finally spoke though, she didn't sound like the usual cool and calm girl that everyone was used to. Instead, her tone carried defeat and humility, now that she realized what her flaw was. No. You're right. I cannot solve this problem on my own. We won't even make it to the starting line without everyone's cooperation. Then you'll just have to get them to cooperate, which shouldn't be hard when you have people like Hirata and Kushida who have a powerful presence in the classroom. Teach them how to behave so our points won't go down. But even with that, we'll still be stuck with 97 points because we have no idea how they can be increased. That was still a big problem that they both had no way of dealing with. All they know is that they're Points can be deducted from committing various offenses inside the classroom. They had no idea how it could be increased, despite their teacher telling them that it's possible. "It sounds like we've got a huge problem on our hands," the girl commented. He nodded. "And under that problem, we have 3 major issues. Tardiness and doing something else during class are the first 2. Third, making sure no one fails the midterm exam. I believe the first 2 issues are manageable, but the midterm exams are a different matter entirely." The short test that they had taken last had contained a few difficult questions, but it had been pretty easy overall. Still, even at that level, some students had failed. They were very lucky that it wasn't an official test, otherwise they would have been expelled from the school. "I need your help, Ayanokouji-kun." Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow at her statement, which was something that came completely out of nowhere. "Help? Is that so? You're right that I can't get to Class A all on my own. I need everyone to cooperate and do their part. That includes you. So, if it's not too much of a bother, can you help me?" "I'll do what I can as a member of the class," Kiyotaka shrugged. He had no problem helping out the class as a normal student, of course. "That's not what I meant," she shook her head. "I'm asking you to help me lead. You said that I saw you not as someone inferior but rather, an equal. I agree with you. That's why I want you to help me. I cannot do this alone." He stared at her, his expression unchanging. "You shouldn't put your faith in me." "I am not. I'm putting my trust in you," she corrected him. "I'm trusting you as a friend that you will do your part in making our class better. If you don't wish to attract attention, then it's fine. You won't have to tell everyone that you're more than a simple student, as long as you do what you have to do as a part of the class." Obviously, there was a big part of him that wanted to flat out reject her plea because, like what he had feared, it would completely destroy whatever hope he had left of having a peaceful high school life. Living with an Eroge superpower wasn't this bad, since the system always causes things to end in his favor. The most stressful thing about it would be its broken skill that can alter reality itself, but it still didn't compare to coming out of the shadows and stepping up to lead a classroom. Sure, Horikita assured him that he wouldn't have to show what he's capable of to everyone, but leading a class. It honestly sounded worse than dealing with an Eroge system that annoys and overwhelms him in a multitude of ways. Regardless, despite a big part of him wanting to say no, all he could do was sigh in defeat, before nodding slowly in agreement. "All right." The reaction from the girl came in an instant. Wide eyes and her mouth hanging open, almost as if she couldn't believe it. To show that he was completely serious about this, Kiyotaka even offered her his hand, which the gobsmacked Susan immediately took after realizing what his answer was. "You have gained 10 affection points with Horikita Susan." After dismissing that particular notification, Kiyotaka suddenly felt drained of his remaining energy for the day, as he wanted nothing more than to lock himself in his room and bury himself within the confines of his bed right now. "Rest in peace, my chance at a peaceful life," he thought, shaking hands with Susan and affirming their little partnership. 38 Act 7, Scene 1. The week flew by and before they knew it, everything was almost back to the way it was. Why, almost? It's because after the big revelation dropped on them by their homeroom teacher, Chabashira-sensei, a lot of changes happened within Class D. Everyone started listening more attentively during discussions. There were times when 1 or 2 people would do the opposite and attempt to fall asleep or do something else, but they would get scolded or smacked in the head right away. Of course, the sole exception to this was Koenji. The man was capable of doing whatever the fuck he wants whenever he wants, and none of them would be able to scold or even speak out against him. That being said, he did seem to understand that in order for their class to not go any lower than they already are, he acted like an attentive student, somehow. Regardless, it was enough to calm his classmates' nerves and assure them that he knew how to hold himself back. While the class was managing to prevent a further decrease in their points, they still had no idea how they could increase their points as a class. After Chabashira-sensei told them about the issue regarding the school and its class hierarchy and chewed them out for being failures, she went back to normal and acted as if nothing happened. Every time someone would ask her how they could increase their points, their teacher would only apologize and say that the answer can't be disclosed to students. Regardless, they were making good progress for a class that almost drowned in chaos a few days ago. That day, almost everyone got humbled by Chabashira-sensei and made them realize that this wasn't anything like your typical high school. It made them realize that their life here won't be one that's filled with luxury. Despite their efforts in becoming a better class so far though, there is one remaining dilemma that they would still have to deal with when it arrives. As lunch break began, Hirata quickly stood up and faced his classmates. Chabashira-sensei mentioned that the midterm exams are coming up soon. Remember that if you fail an exam, you'll be expelled. I don't want that scenario to come to fruition, so I think it would be a good idea to form study groups in order to prepare for it. Everyone had their attention directed towards him as they listened to his plan of action. Neglecting your studies will get you a failing grade and be expelled. I'm sure none of you want that to happen, right? Furthermore, studying won't just prevent expulsion, I have a feeling that it may also help us earn points. If we receive high marks in our midterms, our class's assessment should also improve. I've asked some of the students who scored high on the test to help in tutoring those who need it. So, I would like the people who are experiencing difficulties in any of our subjects to approach me or any of the tutors. Everyone is welcome to, of course. The blonde teen walked up to the blackboard and wrote the names of the tutors for everyone to see. Yukimura, Horikita, Wang, Kushida, and Hirata himself were the designated people who would be helping their classmates. Hirata asked the other four earlier this morning if they would be willing to help out their classmates who are in need of guidance when it came to their different subjects. He was honestly surprised that Horikita actually accepted the task of being a tutor, because she blatantly refused to help out in the class discussion that happened a few days ago. He wondered if something happened to her that caused her to change her stance about the class because according to her, helping out would have been a waste of time. Well, never mind. Hirata wasn't going to waste time thinking about it. He wouldn't complain about this turn of events either. After all, the more students who are willing to cooperate, the higher their chances of pulling this off without problems. If only Koenji was the same. Starting today at 5 o'clock, myself and the other tutors will study for 2 hours a day either here, in the library, or whichever place your group decides. Those of you'd like to join us, please approach one of the tutors. Of course, if you need to leave in the middle of the session, you can. That's all I have to say. Immediately after he'd finished speaking, several of the failing students got up and went to their preferred tutors. Aiken Yamauchi approached Kushida, no doubt taking the opportunity to be with the cutest girl in the class under the guise of studying. Time can only tell if they were going to take studying seriously. Onodera and Sudo went to Horikita together, most likely with the intention of studying together under the latter's guidance. With that, the study groups began to form by themselves. Hirata was approached by many of the females, some of the males went to Yukimura, while there was a mix of boys and girls that went with Wang, who was doing her best to adapt to this new environment. Kiyotaka quietly watched the whole event unfold from his seat. He was surprised that the class was already somehow organized despite the bomb that was dropped on them by Chabashira-sensei several days ago, or maybe he just underestimated Hirata's ability to unite the class. Either way, with him around, it would be easier to get everyone under control. He also felt glad that he wouldn't have to tutor anyone. That would be tiring and would take an even bigger toll on him along with his Eroge superpower. After he agreed to help Susan with her goal of reaching Class A, he expected that she would want him to help out their classmates who are in need of special lessons. But when Yosuke talked to her earlier about being one of their class's tutors, she never mentioned him. It looks like she was keeping her word about him not needing to be in the limelight. He could just join Susan or Kikyo's study group and lend a hand to either of them instead. Of course, being a tutor would be tiring, but that didn't mean he couldn't help out here and there when someone is having trouble with their studies. A special event has been triggered. What the? Kiyotaka's eyes widened slightly as he stared at the notification that just appeared, as a sense of fear started building up inside him. Did he just jinx himself? Well, of course he would. What better time for the system to screw him over, right? Just as he was thinking about how he could fulfill his end of the deal, his bullshit superpower comes in to ruin everything. Of course the system would do something like this. What better time to make his life harder, right? Ayanokouji-kun, may I have a word with you? The young man was quickly brought out of his thoughts when he saw Hirata standing in front of his desk, looking like he wanted to ask something. What is it? He asked, still managing to sound perfectly calm even though he was already tempted to bang his head against the wall or his desk for being an idiot. He should have seen this coming, but once again, he was caught off guard despite being more alert of the system for the past weeks. I'm sorry if I'm dropping this on you right now, but would it be fine with you if you become one of our class's tutors? Asked Yosuke. Kiyotaka wasn't surprised. He just had to jinx himself, huh? He was tempted to ask if there was a shortage of tutors in their class, but decided not to waste his breath in doing so. The most likely answer would be yes, simply because the system wanted it that way. It could even bring about something as drastic as being the tutor of all his heroines in this class if it wanted to. At this point, being more alert and attentive won't even help him. The system can activate whenever it wanted to just to make his life more of a mess, even if he kept his heroines happy. Kiyotaka sighed. Obviously, there's no way he could get out of this one, lest he risk challenging the ability of an ability that had a mind of its own and could bend reality to its whim if it wanted to. Who exactly do I have to tutor? Karuizawa-san and Sakura-san, Hirata revealed, which were two names that didn't surprise the masterpiece one bit. Again, I apologize if this is sudden, but it's something that I have noticed for some time now. I simply haven't said a word about it because I knew it would bother you. If you don't want to help tutoring our classmates, then it's fine. What did you notice? Asked Kiyotaka, raising an eyebrow curiously. Karuizawa-san seems to trust you despite her claims about being unable to trust any of the boys. I don't think she has a problem with me either. I thought of helping her study by myself so that you wouldn't have to go through this, but I figured that she'd be fine with you instead. Of course, it would have been easier to let Horikita-san help her, but I don't think they'll get along well, and that would only lead to a bigger problem. Kushida-san was also a possible option, but I can tell that she already has her hands full, and the same goes for Wang-san. I see. The young man muttered. Hirata's words made sense, even though there's no doubt that his Eroge superpower is the one behind it all. Putting Karuizawa in the same group as Horikita would be another recipe for disaster. While she wasn't as cold as before, Karuizawa wasn't anything like Kushida, in terms of being a calm person, and he doubted that they would get along right away. If Kushida herself and Wang were already handling many of their classmates, then it's for the best not to make things harder by adding Karuizawa to either of their respective groups. Hirata wasn't even an option. The system is definitely pushing for him to be their tutor, nobody else. In Sakura-san's case, she is actually one of the 7 people who failed the short test that Chabashira-sensei gave us last week. She is someone who is in desperate need of help when it comes to studies, but approaching her is a hard task because she is shy and seems to get nervous around other people. However, I believe I've seen you two speaking with each other several times, and Sakura-san doesn't seem to have a problem being around you. Out of everyone here, I believe you're the only one who can help her, Ayanokouji-kun. He must be talking about the fact that we greet each other in the morning when either one of us arrives at the classroom, he thought. Or at least, Kiyotaka hoped that Yosuke was talking about that. Surely he wasn't referring to the time when they spoke to each other at the boys' restroom after the incident, right? Anyways, Sakura was completely different from Karuizawa. She wouldn't even be able to attend a tutoring session because of her shyness. It'd be a waste of time to try and get her to join one of the assigned tutors, and at the same time, if she's left to her own in studying, then there's a big chance of her failing and causing her to be expelled. Kiyotaka doubted that she would actually be expelled. The system would most likely alter reality in order to save her from expulsion and in the process, make her fall for him even more. Even so, the young man would rather have that not happen, if only to prevent the system from driving him insane. What do you say, then? Is it okay for you to be their tutor? You won't have to teach anyone else if you wish, Ayanokouji-kun. The rest of us will be able to handle everyone else who wishes to exert their efforts in studying, asked Hirata. Leave it to me. Hirata blinked a few times in surprise. Like with Horikita, a part of him had expected that Ayanokouji would decline the plea because it would be a hassle. From what he knew of his classmate thus far, Ayanokouji seemed like the type of person who would rather avoid doing work because it's a tiring task. Either way, he wasn't going to complain about this turn of events as well. Thank you for considering it, Ayanokouji-kun. I'm sure our efforts will be rewarded in the future. Now, I will inform Karuizawa-san about this. Maybe you can be the one to tell Sakura-san instead of me. Kiyotaka nodded. That seemed to be the best option they had of informing Eri. Tell her we'll do it at the library. At least it'll be peaceful there, he told his classmate. Yosuke nodded in return and smiled at him gratefully. Once again, thank you, Ayanokouji-kun. As his classmate walked away to tend to the girls who wished to have him as their tutor, Kiyotaka buried his head into his arms on the desk, hiding his face from everyone else. If he had to be honest, he was still contemplating the suicide route, but thought better of it. He had already come this far while living with an ability from a divine being, why not see where this will take him? Still, for the masterpiece of the White Room who had accomplished many extraordinary and terrifying feats, Kiyotaka had no idea what to do in his current situation, for now, at Leah 39 Act 7, Scene 2 Kiyotaka was joined by Suzune and Kikyo for lunch, but unlike the usual days where they would eat in peace, the two girls both had something important to talk to him about. He could only take a good guess on why they would want to talk to him, which would be a problem if his suspicion was correct. Ayanokouji-kun, I may require your assistance later on while I teach some of our classmates. You are acquainted with Sudo-kun, right? It might be beneficial for him to have at least one familiar face around while he is studying, asked Suzune. Kikyo flashed a nervous smile as she listened to her friend's question. I think I might also need Ayanokouji-kun to help me, hee. Then why did you agree to help that many people in the first place, Kushida-san? You should have agreed to tutor a maximum of 5 people, not 9. What were you thinking? Suzune asked, unable to understand why Kikyo would choose to do something ridiculous. She was aware of how many of their classmates approached Kikyo earlier with pleas about joining her study group, and all she could do was stay silent and ask her about it the next time they talked. Tutoring a few people was already a daunting task, especially when it involved those who failed the mock test, but 9 people. Kikyo might as well volunteer to teach the whole class instead. I didn't want to turn down anyone who asked. And I really want to do my best to make sure everyone passes. Kikyo defended herself. Kiyotaka watched the two interact with each other like normal friends. Ever since Suzune accepted Kikyo's offer of friendship, they actually acted decently around each other despite their opposite personalities. For a moment, it seemed like they really were friends, only for him to remind himself that one of them hates the other for a pretty pathetic reason. He wondered if telling Suzune the truth about Kikyo would make things better. Suzune sighed in exasperation. Good grief, you could have asked them to approach another one of the tutors. There are 5 of us, aren't there? But save it, you two. Hirata already asked me to tutor 2 people, so I won't be able to help either of you with whoever you're supposed to teach, he told them, which got their attention almost instantly. The black-haired girl was surprised for a moment, before regaining her composed look. Hirata must have noticed that he had a higher score than most of their classmates in the mock test, so he decided to make Ayanokouji a tutor as well. Meanwhile, Kushida was surprised and was immediately curious about the students whom he will teach. Really? Who? She asked. Not important. What about you two? Who are you handling? Kiyotaka chose not to mention Eri or Kei to them, lest he risk the possibility of either of them being jealous or mad about the situation. Or worse, the both of them react negatively and make it an even bigger problem. Thankfully, neither of the two seemed like they were going to insist that he tell them. Suzune cleared her throat. As I said, Sudo-kun is one of them, which was why I wanted you to help me. Onodera-san was with him when he asked for my tutelage. Apparently, he would rather study with her around instead of the two of them being in separate groups, so it may not be too hard to get him to listen. If that's the case, then you didn't really need me in the first place, he pointed out. For someone who's really smart, Horikita was as clueless as him in social interactions, maybe even worse. As long as Onodera is with him, he'll be obedient and won't cause any trouble. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. Is that so? Wait, does Sudo-kun like Onodera-san? Asked Kikyo. I'm surprised you didn't know that already, he replied. Kiyotaka was pretty sure that a lot of the boys know that Ken had the hots for Kayano, and it boggled him that none of the girls have caught on to the guy's obvious crush yet. Is there anyone else in your group, Horikita? There were only about 4 people who approached me. Aside from the 2 that I have mentioned, there's also Nishimura-san and Minami-san. Kiyotaka gave her a nod of acknowledgement, before turning to their other companion. What about you, Kushida? Oh, well. I think there's Honda-kun, Yamauchi-kun, Ai-kun, Shinohara-san, Sato-san, Okatani-kun, Azuma-san, Mizono-san, and Ishikura-san. He stared at her blankly. Horikita was right. You're taking in more than what you can handle, he spoke. Kikyo pouted at him, which was a sight that Kiyotaka found to be really cute. There's nothing wrong with your intentions. I'm just saying that it's not a good idea to take in a lot of our classmates and expect yourself to be able to teach all of them. Even you should be aware of that. You couldn't have asked some of them to go to Horikita instead. I didn't want to burden her with the people who asked me for help, she admitted, hanging her head low out of shame. Horikita, will it be fine with you if some of our classmates from Kushida's group transfer to yours? He asked, turning his attention back towards Suzune. I have no problem with that, as long as they know how to listen and to do as they are told. This might be a bad idea, Kiyotaka said in his mind, before going for it anyway. Then talk with Kushida about who you'll be taking out of the students she'll be handling later on. Very well, the black-haired girl shrugged. Kushida-san, we'll discuss this later. But now I want to make this clear. I trust that you'll be able to help our classmates to the best of your abilities, especially those who had a failing score in the mock test. Failing the midterm exams is not an option for any of us. Kikyo nodded happily. I understand, Horikita-san. Thank you for taking some of our classmates under your wing. You know, I'm honestly surprised that you're helping the class by tutoring our classmates. I thought you wouldn't really care, because you don't talk to anyone else other than me and Ayanokouji-kun. I mean no offense, though. I understand why you would think like that, she closed her eyes and folded her arms. However, like everyone else, I am dissatisfied with our current predicament. I don't want us to stay as Class D until we graduate, so I am doing my part in making our class better. Yeah. Let's work together, Horikita-san. Kiyotaka continued to stare at their interaction, both curious and interested to see where this would lead to. If Kushida wasn't currently after her throat, then I'd say that they're doing well as friends so far, at least, that's what I think. The three students continued on with their lunch afterwards, before heading back to the classroom once they were done. After their classes ended several hours later, many of the students of Class D left the room in various groups, each one led by the assigned tutors. Kiyotaka stayed behind, but he wasn't alone. His red-haired classmate who wore a pair of glasses was also left in the classroom with him, though it seemed like she wasn't aware of his presence at all. She only remained in her seat, looking down on the floor, not caring that everyone else was gone. With his bag slung on his shoulder, Kiyotaka walked towards the girl. Sakura, he called out to her. His voice alone snapped the girl out of her trance, and it made her turn to him with a look of alarm on her face. Why yes. Seeing her flustered expression, Kiyotaka suppressed the urge to sigh. Hopefully, her shy nature won't hinder her ability to learn, or this will be a hard task to accomplish. Then again, he was already dealing with a crazy superpower and this was nothing compared to that. Let's go. Karuizawa's already heading to the library and I can tell that if we make her wait long, she'll go nuts. Okay. Nodding her head in agreement, Eri grabbed her bag and followed Kiyotaka out of the classroom. As they headed to the library, Eri was in deep thought. She was aware of the study groups that were created earlier and while she would like nothing more than to join her classmates in studying to improve her grades, she also knew that her personality was a big obstacle for her to overcome. Eri was completely sure that if she tried to join a study group, she would only drag her classmates down because she was nothing more than deadweight, someone who was only capable of failing. When Kiyotaka told her that he was assigned to be the one who'll help her study earlier, Eri felt relieved, somewhat. At the very least, he was someone whom she had spoken to before, just in different circumstances. Point is, she was already someone she's familiar with, at least in her eyes. Eri hoped that this would go well, because she didn't want to let her classmates down. Are you nervous? The girl was snapped out of her thoughts by Kiyotaka's voice, as she noticed that he was expecting an answer from her. I am, but I also know that I have to pass the upcoming exams, she answered honestly, turning her head away. So, that's why I can't fail. I don't want to. That's good. In that case, I hope you're prepared to work with Karuizawa. Would she be okay with me? She asked shyly. That question made the young man stop and think for a moment. Would Karuizawa be fine studying with a girl like Sakura? Or would she feel annoyed by her because of Sakura's personality? He muttered. I don't think she'd have any problems with you. If anything, I can only see her complaining that we took some time getting to the library and made her wait. Other than that, I don't believe she'll mind that you'll be studying with her. Eri blinked a few times in surprise. She was obviously prepared for him to say yes, and his response caught her off guard. Really? She won't mind that I'm like this. I may not know her well, but I'm sure that she's not going to judge you for that. If anything, she'd understand why you're like that and even befriend you. I see. The two continued on their way in peace, though it was a bit hard for Eri because she still felt nervous about this whole thing. What if she doesn't absorb everything that Kiyotaka teaches her? What if she fails to understand all of it? What if Karuizawa didn't like her after all and refused to study with her? What if Karuizawa walks out on her and Kiyotaka? All she could do was hope for the opposite. As they reached the entrance to the library, they saw a familiar blonde-haired girl standing by the entrance while using her phone. There's no telling how long she has been standing there, but it's clear that she won't be pleased that they got here just now. The girl seemed to notice their incoming presence and caused her to look up from her phone. Kei quickly realized that these were the two people whom she was supposed to meet in this place. What the hell took you two so long, she complained. Give her a break. Sakura is a very shy individual, and it took a lot more effort than you think just to get her to come, he replied calmly. Kei stared at him briefly. Her initial reaction to the idea of studying with everyone wasn't really pleasant, thinking that it would be a waste of time and not worth doing, since she wasn't even close to failing the test that Chabashira-sensei gave them. She did change her mind though, after Yosuke spoke about increasing their classes' points by getting high marks on their midterm exams. In the end, she was convinced, though it brought about the question of whose study group she would join. Kei considered Kikyo's group at first, only for Yosuke to approach her out of nowhere and inform her that she would be put in Kiyotaka's group instead. Kei wanted to ask him why she was assigned under Kiyotaka's tutelage, when he said that everyone was free to join whomever they wanted and that he wasn't even one of the tutors that Yosuke mentioned earlier. However, she eventually accepted it since it wasn't really important. Moreover, she didn't think Kiyotaka was a bad person at all. At first, she thought of him otherwise, that he was a pervert who thought of the new dorm arrangements as a way to get close to the girls and follow them around for a quick peek. How could she not? It was the perfect opportunity for the boys to do so, now that some of them were neighbors with the girls. But after that conversation they had at Kiyaki Mall, her perception of him began to change. Not once did he act like a pervert, and the only thing he did was talk to her like a normal person. It reached the point where she asked him if she could borrow some points last week, after Chabashira-sensei revealed that they weren't going to receive their 100,000-point allowance this month. She expected him to refuse since they weren't close friends or anything, and she would understand why. However, he defied her expectations once again and gave her the points she needed, which completely changed his image in her eyes. By now, she was pretty fine with him and had no complaints about Kiyotaka being her tutor until the midterms. She could only hope that this would be effective, though. Point 40 Act 7, Scene 3, You're lucky that I trust you, Kei huffed. So how are we gonna do this? Instead of uttering a response, Kiyotaka simply walked inside, with the two girls following him. They weren't the only ones from their class who were at the library. Yukimura, Horikita, and Kushida's study groups were also there, all sitting at different tables while studying in their own way. Kiyotaka led his two classmates to a smaller table and placed his bag on top of it. Kei and Eri followed suit, before they sat down and waited for what their companion would do. Why don't you two get acquainted with each other while I prepare everything we need? I just need to pick out a few reference books for you to read. Fortunately, there's only two of you, so I won't take long. Eri quickly froze at the thought of being left alone with Kei, while the blonde girl just shrugged. She had nothing else to do here other than read some books and answer questions, so she might as well talk to the other person who'll be studying with her. As Kiyotaka walked away to get some books, Kei shifted her attention to the other girl that was with them. She immediately took notice of how the red-haired girl was nervous, most likely because of her presence. She's shy, huh? Kei decided to take a careful approach with this, knowing what could happen if she talks in her usual demeanor. So, you're Sakura, right? Eri was surprised that Kei knew who she was. Why yes. The blonde offered her a kind smile. Well, in case you didn't know, my name's Karuizawa Kei. You can use my first name to make things easier. Nice to meet ya. I couldn't. Eri squeaked, waving her hands before her while shaking her head. Okay, chill out. It doesn't really matter which of the two you use. It's just a name, no big deal, she pointed out. Who do you sit next to again? I sit next to Sudo-kun. Oh, Karuizawa blinked. That meant Sakura sat at the very last row of the classroom. Ah, I'm sorry for not remembering. I typically remember the names of the rest of the girls, but I don't really remember you. I just heard of you from Hirata-kun. Wait, don't take that the wrong way. I'm not saying you're not worth remembering at all. It's just that you're like a ghost that I can't tell if you're there or not. No offense. SHHHHH, a student from a nearby table spoke up, prompting Kei to cover her mouth, realizing just now that she had raised her voice. Sakura still looked nervous, but managed to get something out of her mouth. It's alright, Karuizawa-san. I understand why you feel that way. I prefer things to be like that, actually. I don't want to be deadweight in other people's eyes. Hold on, you shouldn't talk about yourself that way. Why are you thinking like that? She whispered this time, not wanting to attract any more attention from the people around them. Well, because I get really nervous and scared when I am with other people. The redhead admitted, averting her gaze to the side in embarrassment. Kei raised an eyebrow at her. You say that, but you're acting pretty fine while you're around me. That's because, we'll be seeing each other more often, won't we? Asked Eri, taking a quick glance at her classmate. I need to get used to this. That's not a good enough reason. Kei shook her head in disappointment. Okay, I see where this is going, so I'll be honest with you. I don't like how you're all stuttering and nervous like a cartoon character. You should be more confident in yourself, and I think you can do it, so I'll help you. What? You didn't get it. I'll help you get over this stuttering problem you have. Eri blinked a few times, as if she was having a hard time processing what she just heard. When she finally understood what Kei had just said, her eyes widened as her face turned red. Why you don't have to do that for me, Karuizawa-san. Kei only smirked. Well, I want to. Plus, I think that stuttering is gonna be annoying every time I talk to you. You should learn how to be more confident in yourself, otherwise you're gonna have a hard time surviving here for 3 years. Eri stuttered, unsure of what to say to her in return. You two are getting along. That's good. Kiyotaka's voice cut through their conversation, causing the two girls to turn towards him. The young men had returned to their table with several books, one for each of their subjects. However, your little conversation has to be cut off for now. It's time to get to work. We'll only be here for 3 hours, so let's make every second count. Kei simply huffed in response, while Eri took a deep breath to calm herself. It was going to be a long 3 hours, it seems. XOX. If someone had told him before that he would somewhat enjoy being a tutor, then Kiyotaka would say that person is crazy to even think so. However, after a few days of spending time at the library after class, Kiyotaka could honestly admit that this wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. Don't get him wrong, the whole arrangement still meant a deduction in his precious rest hours, but at the very least, it was being put to good use. Helping 2 of his classmates was a good enough reason to stick around for a bit, even if they were his heroines. Speaking of which, if he had to give his opinion on the 2 students he had been teaching for several days now, it's that they were both suffering from different strengths and weaknesses. It was now Friday, and the 2 had just finished a little mock test that Kiyotaka prepared for them last night. It was a very simple and short test that they finished in 30 minutes, after which their companion began to check their work. Once he was done checking both of their answers, Kiyotaka looked up to face the 2 girls, having different expressions on their features. Kei tried to look serious, but underneath it was a doubtful expression, while Eri's nervousness could be seen right from the get-go. You 2 are making progress, especially you, Karuizawa. However, I do see that your weak point is science. The technical terms, in particular. Don't remind me, she huffed, looking away. She didn't really understand why there were things like scientific names when science itself was already complicated enough. Not to mention the harder terms that were quite a step up from elementary science. Sakura, in your case, you're still struggling with almost everything. Your biggest problem would be mathematics, though. You can point out the numbers that were given, but become lost in the formulas when you apply them. I'm sorry. She bowed her head in shame. I just get so confused with all these numbers. I have no idea what to do when I see a lot of them. Kiyotaka only nodded. That's understandable. But I'll do my best to help you get through this. You can still improve if you put your mind into it. With that, he returned their test papers. I've corrected every wrong answer you made in your test and wrote an explanation why. Review those carefully and think back on what you answered. You're acting like you're going somewhere. Are we done? Asked Kay, raising an eyebrow at him. He stood up and gathered the books that he borrowed from the library. Not yet. We're simply finished with what these books have to offer. I'll pick out some new ones and we'll go through a little bit of them before I end it for today. The blonde girl was surprised. Wait, really? We're just reaching 2 hours, and you normally do this for 3. That's true, but it's the end of the week, is it not? I don't want to be too hard on the two of you, so I'll let you have an early rest today as well as the weekend to take it easy. Plus, I feel tired as well. I'd like to rest a lot earlier today because being a tutor isn't an easy job. Eri nodded, understanding why Kiyotaka would feel tired. Of course, teaching someone like her would take its toll on him. On the other hand, Kay smirked. She obviously had something else in mind about all this. If you ask me, you have it easier compared to Kushida-san and the other tutors. They have to teach 4 or 5 people while you only have to deal with us, she teased. Trust me, I know that. But Hirata was the one who wanted me to do this, he answered calmly. In any case, I trust that you two won't forget about everything you learned this week. It would disappoint me if my efforts were put to waste. The two nodded, knowing that this was for their sake as well. Especially Eri, who was one of the 7 people that failed in the last test. She knew that nothing was going to save her in the next one aside from her own abilities. She was struggling to learn, yes, but she's also pushing herself to be better. Looks like we're in agreement. Compliment like it always was. The first option was, of course, the neutral answer and had no romantic intention behind the words. However, this time was different. Kiyotaka couldn't explain it, but he feels that it would be a huge mistake if he does pick the third choice. In fact, he was also feeling the same way towards the second option. It's like, if he went ahead and chose either of those two, something catastrophic might happen that's caused by the system itself. Was this feeling caused by his dating stats or something? Did it give him the gift of premonition? Or was it simply a hunch that he had? Kiyotaka sighed. There's just no way for him to understand the system and what it's capable of, is there? I hope this isn't the wrong choice, then. He thought, shifting his attention to option A. He had left that choice alone ever since he realized that all it gave him were rude responses to his heroines. And so, for the first time in his new life with this Eroge superpower, he chose the first option. It's nice to meet you, Shina-san. I hope we can get along, he told the girl as the world returned to normal. Instead of saying something as a response, Hiyori simply flashed him another gentle smile, one that prompted 3 new notifications to appear. Hiyori route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Shina Hiyori. Your current status with Hiyori has changed to book buddies. You have gained 5 affection points with Shina Hiyori. Even though I picked the option that sounds friendly rather than romantic. I still get affection points, the young man asked himself in surprise, although that feeling didn't last long. It's absolutely normal for the system to work like this, despite not making any sense in almost anything that it does. It's to be expected from a superpower like this. By the way, how do you know Bronte? She asked. Kiyotaka turned his attention to the girl herself once more. I've already read her novel, as well as her sister's works. That's amazing. I have never met someone who's also into books before, Hiyori breathed out. Her eyes started to sparkle in amazement. Also. Do you like to read, Shina-san? He asked, feigning innocence regarding what he knew about her. I do, she nodded. I was planning on rereading Farewell, My Lovely, but I wasn't able to find a copy today. Do you need some help finding one? I can spare some time. Kiyotaka figured that it wouldn't take a while to find one book, especially when he knew what she was referring to, so it wouldn't hurt if he helped her out. That's what the system would want, right? She shook her head. It's all right. I've already read it. Besides, I was fortunate enough to find another good book while I searched for it. The school library is quite large. If I tried to search everything on its shelves for one book, I'd probably get distracted easily by other books. You're probably right, he agreed, before deciding to end their conversation right here. He still had to find Sakura and he had nothing else to do here. Plus, Karuizawa might have arrived already and was now only waiting for him to show up. I'll be seeing you around then, Shina-san. Wait a moment. Are you looking for a book to read, Ayanokouji-kun? Hiyori asked, stopping him in his tracks. Kiyotaka mentally noted to avoid mentioning either Kei or Eri to her. Not really. I just saw you struggling to get that book, so I decided to lend you a hand. But it would be a good way to release some pent-up stress if I had one, he replied. He wasn't lying, by the way. Oh, how he would love to read a couple of books during his free time in order to clear his mind and to act as a way to distract him from his troubles. Unfortunately, his current circumstances didn't allow him the luxury of having a relaxing hobby such as reading books. There's no such thing as free time for him by now. After taking a moment to mourn about what could have been, Kiyotaka then noticed that Hiyori was already scanning the mystery section while pulling out several books from the shelves. What are you doing? He asked. Have you already read Dorothy L. Sayers? She asked. I've read Christie, but not Sayers. Sorry. In that case, I would most definitely recommend Whose Body? That's the first book in the series featuring Lord Peter. Once you read that book, you'll inevitably want to read the rest. After getting 6 books from the shelves, Hiyori then handed them over to her newfound friend. Kiyotaka could only stare at her as well as the books in her hands, puzzled at her behavior. She was completely different from all the other heroines he had encountered so far. From her summary alone, it was stated that she's somewhat like Susan in terms of social interactions, but she's not, in any way, an icy Kaderi like the latter. Her behavior was more similar to Kikyo, but without a mask to hide her true intentions. This girl with an innocent nature simply had a passion for reading books. That's it. 43 Act 8, Scene 2. I'm sorry, I was rambling. Am I bothering you? Asked Hiyori, adopting a worried look when she noticed that he couldn't say anything in return. No. I was just a little surprised. I'm not really here to read books, but I might as well borrow these so I can read them when I have time, he shrugged, taking the books from her. If I have time, that is. You have gained 3 affection points with Shina, Hiyori. That makes me glad. Hiyori looked extraordinarily happy. She smiled so widely that her eyes scrunched up, and to the point that it got Kiyotaka to feel a sudden tightness in his chest for a moment. You're not here to read, right? Would you like to walk with me to the dorms, then? Kiyotaka blinked in surprise. Huh. That was even more puzzling than a simple book recommendation. Walking with a girl was a big red flag, especially for someone whom he just met. To make things worse, she likely lives on the 4th floor of the first dorm building, because she's one of his heroines as well. No one in Class C likes reading, so I don't really have anyone to talk to, she added, noticing that the young man was left speechless after her question. That's not my concern. I'm sure you're aware of the class standings by now, so wouldn't it be bad if we were seen together? Especially if people find out I'm in Class D, he explained. All the more reason to be wary, since it seems like her class is being led through violence. I don't want to gain attention from other classes this early, although talking to Shina about books would be a nice break from all of this. Please don't worry about that. I'm not really interested in the classes and their points, and I've never been interested in conflict, either. Do you find talking to me a problem because of this? Hiyori asked. Kiyotaka shook his head. No. I have no issue with you, personally. The worried look on her face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. I'm glad. I wouldn't want our classes to clash over something so trivial. I'd prefer we all get along, she said. I'm glad you think that way. Hiyori nodded. So, would it be fine with you walking with me to the dorms? I'd like to talk to you more about the works you've already read, Ayanokouji-kun. The young man was about to politely decline the offer, even though it would be a good way to take a break from all the craziness in his life at the moment, because of his responsibility as a tutor for 2 of his classmates, when he heard someone clearing their throat behind him, most likely in an attempt to get his attention. Ahem. Kiyotaka turned around to see Kei standing there, with her arms crossed while sending him a frown. It was clear that she felt displeased about something, though Kiyotaka had no idea what it could be. And when exactly did she get here? From her text earlier, it honestly seemed that she wasn't even halfway to being done eating with her friends. What are you doing here? Ayanokouji-kun? She asked, raising an eyebrow at him suspiciously. Why aren't you with Sakura-san? When did you arrive? He asked in return. She smiled eerily. Just now actually, and look at what I find. Aren't you supposed to be teaching us, Mr. Tutor? Why aren't you with Sakura-san? Kei said in a voice that was full of sarcasm. Why do I feel like I did something wrong here? He said in his thoughts, confused at her behavior. Kei has never acted like this before, so it was just strange that her personality took a sudden 180. I was on my way to Sakura, but I saw that she needed help with something, so I took a little detour. As he gestured towards Hiyori, the girl herself blinked a few times in realization after unintentionally listening to the conversation between the two classmates. Oh, are you supposed to tutor your classmates, Ayanokouji-kun? Yes. I was just about to decline your offer when Karuizawa suddenly appeared, Shina-san, he explained. Kiyotaka decided that it would be for the best if he doesn't mention anything about Hiyori asking him to walk with her to the dorms in front of Kei, because she already looked like she's about to blow a fuse. Like an innocent angel, Hiyori bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take you away from your responsibilities. It's fine. You didn't know. Well, it seems that you're already done helping her with whatever she needs help with. The blonde Gyra smiled sweetly as she grabbed the boy's arm before pulling him away from there. Let's go, then. Kiyotaka let himself be pulled away by his blonde heroine, but still turned his head to look at Hiyori for the briefest of moments. See you around, Shina-san. Hiyori smiled and waved her arm in farewell, which was a sight that made the teen's heart skip a beat unknowingly. It was an image that Kiyotaka wouldn't be able to get out of his mind even if he tried to. As they searched for the table where Eri was, Kei took a hidden glance at Kiyotaka, who had his usual indifferent expression. She wondered who that was, the girl he was talking to earlier. Kei was completely sure that she wasn't a classmate of theirs, because she had never seen her before. Shina, her name was. She must be from another class then, but why would Kiyotaka talk to someone from another class? So who was that girl? She asked. Shina Hiyori from Class C. What the? Kei looked surprised for a moment, before she gave him an accusing stare. Why the hell were you talking to her then? He gave her a curious look. Does it really bother you that I helped her out instead of being with Sakura? No. I meant, why were you talking to the enemy? Kiyotaka tilted his head in confusion. Enemy? She's from another class, isn't she? That makes her an enemy. He felt appalled by that accusation from Karuizawa. It's true that she's from another class, but I wouldn't say she's an enemy, Karuizawa. If you took a good look at her earlier, you'd know why. Shina-san doesn't even look like someone who'd hurt a fly. That doesn't change the fact that you were talking to someone from another class, she scowled, looking pissed for some reason. Wait, is she jealous? Kiyotaka asked in his thoughts. If it makes you feel better, it was just a chance encounter. I helped her get a book from a tall shelf and we had a little discussion about books. Having gotten through the same situation before, Kiyotaka knew how to resolve this. He reached out with his hand and patted the girl's head, causing her eyes to widen in surprise and making her stop in her tracks. Kei couldn't say or think of anything else at the moment. All that her mind could focus on was Kiyotaka's hand that rested on top of her head. Obviously, the first reaction that erupted her mind was to slap his hand away and yell at him for laying a hand on her, and then accuse him of being a pervert. However, the complete opposite happened. Karuizawa did nothing to remove his hand from her head. All she could do was remain in her place, look up at him in shock, and feel her heart beating faster inside her chest. Within a few seconds, the girl found herself enjoying his action to the point that her face turned red out of embarrassment. In the end, all that came out of her mouth were 3 simple words. It better be. She pouted, looking away to hide her face from him. You have gained 10 affection points with Karuizawa Kei. You made it Tsundere jealous. You gained +2 in charm. These headpats are a really big help. He let out a sigh of relief before removing his hand. He could now admit that it was a useful skill. The only useful one he had so far. And that pout of hers is kind of cute. While he was deep in his thoughts, Kiyotaka missed the little whine of disappointment from the girl, which was most likely because he stopped patting her head. Glad to see you've calmed down. Let's continue looking for Sakura, he told the girl before continuing on his way. Grumbling to herself about certain guys being able to give comforting head pats, Kei followed after him. It didn't take them long to find their classmate, who ended up at the second level of the library. As they headed to where Eri was, Kei shifted her attention to the books that Kiyotaka held. And what are those for? More books for us to study, she asked whilst folding her arms across her chest. Actually, no. Shina-san recommended these to me earlier, so I'm planning to read them in my spare time, if I have any, that is. Is that so? Kei had calmed down considerably by now, but her anger was quickly resurfacing after finding out that the books he had were basically from that girl earlier. Fortunately, she did nothing more than pout at him this time, which was certainly better than Kei lashing out at him for simply talking to a girl from another class. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, Kiyotaka thought to himself regardless, realizing that he may have just said the wrong thing. He definitely shouldn't have. 44 Act 8, Sen. I hope everyone is doing a great job with their studies, because our midterm exams are taking place next week. We must all do our best in order to pass our tests for our class to rise again. After their classes for the day ended and their last teacher had left, Hirata went in front and wasted no time in giving his classmates some words of encouragement. He had to make sure that everyone was still giving their all in their studying, because he didn't want any of them to fail and be expelled. In response, almost everyone in the class nodded in determination. They weren't going to lose more of their points this time. With that, he bowed his head and went back to his seat, as everyone prepared to leave. Kiyotaka turned his attention towards Kei and Eri, both of whom met his gaze and nodded. Satisfied with their response, he prepared to leave as well. He had told the two girls that they wouldn't be having a study session today, and instead gave another small test for them to answer. The next day would be another study session at the library, and the day after that, it would be another short test. It would continue until the end of the week to make sure that Kei and Eri wouldn't forget everything that they have learned from him. Plus, with this strategy, he'd be able to get more hours of rest. The last few weeks were hectic, with most of his time spent figuring out how to teach them properly and making handwritten tests for the two. There were a lot of times where he felt the urge to sleep in class but kept himself from doing so because of the consequences if he did. In fact, he was already planning on sleeping very early tonight, because it was surely going to be another busy day tomorrow. Ayanokouji-kun. And of course, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. There was bound to be some way that the system would screw with him, and this was it, in the form of Susan approaching him with a serious look on her face. He sighed to himself, knowing that it was too good to be true. "What is it?" he asked the girl. "Walk with me." That was all she said before leaving without turning back, as if she was expecting him to follow her. Was that a question, or is she demanding me to accompany her? Kiyotaka asked in his thoughts. He honestly had no idea what she meant, but nonetheless, he picked up his bag and followed after her. He didn't want to risk her getting angry at him or worse. The two teens walked together silently until they were out of the school building. Kiyotaka treated the silence as part of something that Susan might be planning in her mind, because things were starting to get too quiet. No, she's definitely planning something, but there's no telling what it could be. He decided to give it a shot in order to satisfy his inner curiosity. "So what's on your mind?" "You wouldn't ask me to walk with you if you weren't planning anything," he asked her. Susan shook her head. "How rude. Can't I ask you to walk with me without having an ulterior motive?" "I didn't say that. I simply got the feeling that you have something in mind because you demanded me to accompany you out of nowhere. You make a sound argument, but no. I simply want to talk." "Talk about what?" "You are currently tutoring Sakura-san and Karuizawa-san, correct?" Kiyotaka nodded. "How are they faring so far?" The young man hummed softly. "That's what this is about then." Horikita wanted an update on the girl's progress. She knew that he was tutoring Sakura and Karuizawa, but didn't bother him about it until now. Susan left him alone and focused on the students that she was supposed to teach, most likely because she trusted him enough on how to handle two of their classmates. However, now that there was only a week left before the exams, she needed to know if they made progress. In order for them to advance to Class A, all of them have to be better in their academics. Sakura struggled at first, especially in mathematics, but she's slowly making progress in the 3 mock tests I have given them. Karuizawa's not really in danger of anything, but I believe that she has the potential to be better. All she needs is a little more effort in her studies. Although, in the end, only their performance during the actual tests will tell if they have really improved. That is good to hear. How are things on your side? He asked her in return. To my surprise, Sudo-kun has made significant progress in the span of 2 weeks. I have noticed that he does work better when Onodera-san is with him. When he experiences difficulty in understanding what I teach, Onodera-san explains it to him in a simple manner, before asking me to elaborate again. Of course, Onodera-san herself gets confused at times as well, and whenever it happens, they resolve it by bouncing ideas off of each other. Kiyotaka wasn't surprised that Ken would improve. It was almost like Kayano's mere presence became somewhat of a miracle in his student life. The two have become inseparable since the first day of classes that it wouldn't be a stretch to say they were a couple, but they weren't, yet. What about the others? Azuma-san, Nishimura-san, and Minami-san are fine. Okatani-kun is the only one struggling with his studies, but I assume that it's because he easily gets distracted by inappropriate videos. Okay, he didn't need to know that, and Susan definitely didn't have to say it. It's like she forced herself to, for some reason. Whatever Okatani decides to do in his free time is up to him, but then again, he was doing it while they were studying, so it wasn't exactly free time. Although, that did bring up one particular question. Did she mean that Okatani was watching those videos while he was studying with girls around him? And to make things crazier, there was no other boy around him. What a mad lad. To think that only Susan noticed him. Kiyotaka quickly noticed that she didn't say anything else after that last statement. When he turned his head to look at her, Susan was blushing while also trying her hardest to keep her stone-faced look. Wow. Looks like you're becoming more popular with our classmates, he coughed, steering their conversation elsewhere. Shut up, she snapped. As I was saying, Okatani-kun is the only one who struggles in his performance. However, one good lecture about doing something else when we're supposed to be studying was all it took for him to stop. Good thing you stopped him, then. It would have been a lot more disastrous if the other girls in your group saw him instead, Kiyotaka remarked. She glared at him. Don't misunderstand. The kind of attitude that he exhibited was disgusting, and I would have stopped tutoring him if it weren't for our current circumstances. From her cold tone, it's clear that she wasn't playing around. Fair enough. I hope he doesn't do it again, for his own sake. Susan massaged her forehead to try and alleviate herself of the sudden wave of stress that hit her. It would have been more manageable if you were there. You could keep an eye on Okatani-kun and make sure that he's focusing on his studies instead of senseless debauchery. Kiyotaka didn't say anything in return, but he internally agreed with her. Trust me, things would have been easier if that's what happened instead. The two continued on in silence until they reached the campus library. Upon getting there, Susan faced him while bowing her head slightly. Thank you for accompanying me. It's been a while since we have spoke to one another, Ayanokouji-kun. I mostly blame our current circumstances for that, but nonetheless, it feels enlightening to speak with you again. Kiyotaka understood why she felt this way, but he wasn't any less surprised at the fact that Susan practically admitted that she missed talking to him. At first, he thought it was because of the system and her affection points, but then he remembered that he and Kushida were the only friends she had. Basically, Susan had no one else to talk to. I feel the same way, Kiyotaka nodded in agreement. He would be lying if he said that he didn't. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a friend. The girl muttered, allowing a small smile to appear on her face. I'll see you tomorrow, Ayanokouji-kun. Same to you. As he watched Susan enter the library, he turned around and headed the other way, in the direction of the student dorms. Kiyotaka began to walk faster. Perhaps now, he would be able to get that early rest he wanted. It was still early in the afternoon, so he had plenty of time to sleep and relax without anything else bothering him. A special event has been triggered. Never mind. Another? Am I not going through one already? He palmed his face while trying his best to calm his growing frustration at the new notification that popped up in front of him. That's right, the special event that was triggered several weeks ago still wasn't done. He was completely sure that it was about tutoring Karuizawa and Sakura, so it would likely go on until the end of the week or right after their midterm exams. And now, a new, special event, was now happening. 45 Act 8, Scene 4 whatever. Let's just get this over with. The sooner I'm done with this, the sooner I can get to my room and retire for the day, he shook his head and dismissed the notification, before observing his surroundings. Well, where was this special event? There's no heroine here with him at the moment, so the system will definitely do something about that. After about a minute of waiting for something to happen, Kiyotaka continued on his way to the dorms. If that new, special event wasn't going to happen right where he was, then it would take place on his way to his room or when he gets there. Nonetheless, he was quite certain that something would happen. "Ah, you fucking perverts." The young man immediately heard a loud, annoyed voice in the distance. Just from the tone, he could tell that it came from a girl, but who exactly? One of his heroines, maybe. Or could it be someone new? "I want to strangle them every time they get close to me. I want to kick their faces over and over until they bleed and shut up." Kiyotaka quickly followed the source of the voice, having a feeling that this wouldn't be any ordinary encounter between a boy and a girl. It didn't take long for him to trace and find the source of the voice, a female student not so far from him, kicking the metal railing in front of her as hard as she could. Why the hell did I have to get stuck with those two idiots? Horikita should have taken them with her, but no, she didn't want to handle it. She couldn't deal with them. It was none other than Kushida, who now bore a venomous look on her face as opposed to the usual smile she had all the time. Her voice had also changed. Gone was her cute and gentle voice and was now replaced by a deeper and sharper one. Is she not going to study with her group today? Kiyotaka asked himself, temporarily ignoring the fact that she was having a little tantrum at the moment. He decided to get a closer look and hid himself behind the trees nearby. The girl was facing away from him, so there was no danger of being detected by her, as long as he doesn't make any noise, that is. She's seriously annoying. God, how irritating. To think I even befriended that bitch. I can't wait for her to get expelled. Although he was aware of Kikyo's true nature from the start, it was still different from seeing it in person. Kiyotaka didn't know how to feel about seeing the girl act like this, when she was the complete opposite before. Ugh, I hate her. Who does she think she's fooling? She hasn't changed at all. She's still an arrogant bitch who only cares about what she wants. Wait, she doesn't hate Horikita for possibly knowing about her past, and instead, Kushida hates her for acting the way she is. Kiyotaka thought. That in itself was strange. What does she hate about Susan exactly? Her attitude. The black-haired girl normally kept to herself instead of interacting with other people. Her arrogance. She's currently learning to change herself. Or perhaps it's because of how Susan didn't want anything to do with her at first. This whole issue is just plain confusing. There's no one else around, most likely the work of the system, he noted while looking around for students who were in the area. Strangely, even though classes just ended and the sun was still high in the sky, there weren't any other students roaming around the area. Even in the distance, Kiyotaka couldn't see any students approaching, so Kikyo was in the clear. Yep, this is definitely the work of his superpower. It either made the girl invisible to other people except for him, or it was preventing other students from venturing into this area. Get to class, my ass, you only care about yourself. You're annoying. You must think you're so good, huh? I can't wait to get Ayanokouji-kun to work against you. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you find out that he's the reason why you'll be kicked out of here. Is that what she wants to happen, he thought, raising an eyebrow in slight interest. Apparently, Kikyo wants to get him to expel Susan, somehow. She hated the other girl to the point that she wanted nothing more than to see her face expulsion, for some reason. He could already tell from this that Kikyo is the type of girl to act before she thinks. She obviously didn't think of the possible consequences of ranting and letting her frustrations out in a place like this. She was only lucky that the system protected her from being seen by other people. Plus, how exactly would she be able to convince him? Throwing herself at him. Acting all cutesy so that he would take her side. Framing him for doing something so bad that Susan would hate him. Or perhaps keeping Susan from seeing him altogether. Kiyotaka shrugged helplessly. Even with the heroine summary that the system provided for him, it wasn't enough to make him understand how this girl's mind worked. There was already a voice in his head that was telling him to get out of there before Kushida sees him, and who knows how she would react if she did. However, an odd question arose as well. One that concerned the girl and the notification that appeared before him earlier. Am I supposed to catch her in the act now? That must be what this special event is all about. Well, what else could be the reason why he was seeing this? It couldn't have been for the sole reason of getting him to see Kushida's other side. This was the perfect opportunity for him to catch her in the act, and see where that leads to. He also had a feeling that if he didn't do this, his broken superpower would go ahead and make him trip or make a noise of some kind anyway, just to get Kushida's attention. I hope I'm making the right decision here. He sighed in defeat. Whatever happens from here, he would leave it to the system. For all the headaches and stress he gets from it, his weird power hasn't led him to danger yet. He stepped out of the trees and walked closer towards her, making careful not to make any noise for now. Kushida, he spoke just as he was behind her, doing his best to sound confused. Kikyo suddenly froze in her place as she heard someone else's voice from behind her. What's worse is that the voice sounded familiar to her, and when she turned around to see who it was, her eyes widened in alarm. After a brief silence, she then spoke in a cold voice. What are you doing here?" she glared at him. Kiyotaka couldn't deny that it felt different hearing her speak to him in a completely different demeanor. If it weren't for the system considering Kikyo as a heroine, he would think that she never cared about him at all. I got a little lost. Sorry. If you want me to leave, I can go now. Kikyo glared harder at him, clearly seeing through the obvious lie. Her eyes were different than before. What was once a cute and gentle look was now a cold and murderous expression, and it was directed towards him. How much did you hear? She demanded. Would you believe me if I said I didn't hear anything at all? He replied, still insisting that he was innocent even though it was a fruitless attempt in doing so. Silence followed afterwards. The girl continued to glare at him, while he could only turn his head away. Kiyotaka honestly didn't know what to say to her that wouldn't make her mad in any way. Once again, it would have been easier if the system helped him out here by giving him the 3 usual choices for him to choose from. Then, out of nowhere, Kikyo began to laugh. She just laughed. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This is creeping me out. The young man thought to himself as he watched her laugh for some reason, which was also different to how she usually does it while around other people. The girl dropped her glare and put on a sarcastic look. You're really lucky that I like you, Ayanokouji-kun. If it was any other person who's in your position right now, I would have accused them of raping me, she smirked. He didn't show it, but he was surprised at the sudden 180 in her demeanor. Was that supposed to make me feel better? And why do I feel like I dodged a massive bullet there? He asked himself. Kushida stopped laughing a few moments later. So what are you going to do now? You're gonna tell everyone that I'm a two-faced bitch who's only pretending to be nice in order to gain everyone's trust. You better do it now, because I don't feel like I can stop you anyway. Seriously. She's just going to let me leave like that. Despite the surprise he felt at the moment, he noticed that underneath her sarcastic words, Kikyo felt afraid that he would actually tell someone else about this. Kiyotaka wasn't sure if she was serious when she said that he can run away now, but he wasn't going to do such a thing. To protect her smile has been activated. I won't, he told her, making the girl look at him in shock. He had no reason to tell anyone about Kikyo's other side, even though she basically admitted that she would have accused him of a crime if he was someone else. Because of the high number of affection points she had, the system must have influenced her not to do anything bad to him. Furthermore, he had known about her fake mask ever since he met her, and still, he never told anyone else about it. What? She asked in a dumbfounded voice, before Kushida glared at him again. She felt that he refused because he had some sense of pity for her, which the girl saw as an insult. What the hell are you talking about? I told you, you can walk away right now and tell everyone that I'm not who they think I am. I won't stop you. Kiyotaka shook his head, now assured that nothing unfortunate will happen to him. I have no idea why you're like this, nor do I know why you hate Horikita even though you're friends, but I'm not going to tell anyone about this. Her angry look fell apart as soon as it appeared. If anything, I'd like to hear your side of the story first. Why are you like this? Why did you befriend Horikita if you actually hate her? What caused you to be this way? Are we even friends? Or do you hate me too? After hearing those words from his mouth, Kikyo's mouth was left hanging open out of shock. She seemed unresponsive for a few moments before lowering her head, hiding her face from him. Kiyotaka wondered what she must be thinking right now, and he could only hope that he was saying the right thing. You really are an interesting person, Ayanokouji-kun. The girl raised her head and smiled at him. No, this wasn't one of the fake smiles that she always does whenever she's around everyone else. Just from a single glance, one could see that this particular smile was genuine. Despite the dangerous look in her eyes, it didn't take away anything from the way her lips formed a curve that conveyed her joy. In fact, her actual smile was completely different from her fake one, to the point that Kiyotaka was left staring at her in wonder and amazement. It almost felt like he was seeing something that was meant for his eyes only. Kikyo's real smile was added to the gallery. The sound of a camera snapping a photo was able to snap the young man out of his little trance, as he looked at the newest notification he received, as well as the image of Kikyo smiling at him. Well, at least now, he can see that image whenever he wants to. I won't tell you today. Though, maybe when we're alone, I will. That's fine with me. He could understand why. The girl probably needed time to sort this whole thing out. Plus, she already got caught in the act while she was out here. Another brief silence followed, because Kushida was trying to figure out what to say next. Ayanokouji now knew about her secret, and he promised not to tell anyone about it, so what happens now? She frowned, before looking up at the young man. Kiyotaka noticed the conflicted expression on her face that was mixed with eyes of nervousness. Are you really not going to tell anyone about this? This is your last chance, Ayanokouji-kun. If you walk or run away now, I won't stop you. Friends don't sell each other out, Kushida. What you are right now doesn't change the fact that you're one of my friends. And to be honest, I kind of prefer seeing you like this. No lies, just the real you. Kikyo's eyes widened again, and this time a blush took over her cheeks as well. She was clearly affected by his last statement that it made her turn away in order to hide her face from him. Stop saying things like that, she snapped. Special event, what's hidden underneath, has been cleared. You gained 31 affection points with Kushida Kikyo. Relationship status, a rocky relationship, has been maxed. Relationship status with Kushida Kikyo has been upgraded to lovey-dovey psycho. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, level up. You gained +5 in all stats. So that's what happens when I max out a girl's route. Kiyotaka quickly read through all of the notifications that popped up and observed each one closely. If he had to be honest, he felt a little disappointed afterwards. For all the bullshit that he had gone through up until now, a change in their relationship status was all that he received as a reward. How underwhelming. Want to head to the dorms together, Ayanokouji-kun? I don't really have anything else to do today, the girl asked, snapping him out of his thoughts again. She had switched into her angel persona, donning the fake smile that he was so used to seeing at this point. Kiyotaka nodded. Lead the way. But, if nothing else, then the fact that Kikyo wasn't angry with him despite knowing her secret was the reward. The system might have influenced her mind, but it still made him relieved that she didn't react in a violent way or anything. It also felt like they had become closer than before, now that one was aware of the other's true nature. 46 Act 8, Scene 5, I should have bought something from the convenience store before going home earlier. With a tired look on his face, Ayanokouji Kiyotaka walked through the grounds in search of the nearest store, as he felt his stomach grumbling in hunger. After the little encounter he had with Kikyo earlier this afternoon, the two headed to the dorms together. Surprisingly, nothing else happened on the way there, and like what he had wished for, Kiyotaka was able to get an early rest despite the slight detour he had to take, and ended up sleeping for several hours undisturbed. However, it also caused him to wake up at about 8:42 in the evening with a hungry stomach, causing him to search for something to eat for his dinner. The poor guy only groaned to himself when he saw that he didn't have any ingredients left, and his stock of instant ramen and microwavable bentos had all been consumed already. In other words, he would have to go out and buy something to eat. Luckily for him, he didn't wake up in the middle of the night, so the convenience stores should still be open. It didn't make his situation less of a hassle, though. It was still annoying to have to leave the dorms when the sun was already gone. Hey, if only the system could somehow bend reality to his favor again by teleporting him to the nearest store and letting him buy what he wanted for free. Unfortunately, it only activates whenever one of his heroines needs it, and nobody was with him right now. I should buy some more ingredients in a few days. Just enough until the end of the month when the school distributes our points. Also have to remember to keep track of the food that I have every day, before going to sleep, preferably, the young man thought. As much as possible, he didn't want to do this again. Kiyotaka reached the convenience store a few minutes later. After buying a couple of ready-to-eat meals, a few packets of instant ramen that would be enough for the next few days, and a can of soda, he immediately headed back to the dorms. However, before he could reach the entrance to the building, he saw two people who were standing there. He couldn't recognize the tall one because he was facing the lights from the building, but he got a good look at the other person, and he was surprised to see that it was none other than his black-haired classmate who also happened to be his neighbor. Horikita. What is she doing here, he thought, raising an eyebrow in confusion at what he was seeing. And who is she talking to? Deciding to take a closer look but not wanting to attract attention, Kiyotaka quickly slipped through the nearest trees and hid himself from sight. Before he could fully pay attention to Suzun and the person whom she was speaking to, a pink screen appeared before him. A special event has been triggered. As soon as he saw the notification, Kiyotaka crushed the can in his hand before punching the tree next to him. His punch was strong enough to the point that the impact caused a little crater afterwards. He was just lucky that it wasn't heard by the two people not far from him. Just when he had thought that his suffering was done for the day, this happened. This day just keeps on getting better, he said in his mind sarcastically, as he threw his soda can to the nearest trash can before turning back to the scene with a sigh. I wonder what's the special event now, probably has something to do with Horikita since she's here. Suzun. I didn't think you'd follow me this far, the mysterious person said. I'm far different from the useless girl you once knew, Nisama. I came here to catch up to you. Horikita Manabu stared at his sister coldly. Catch up to me, Kiyotaka shifted his attention to the other person, now that he knew who it was. So that's her brother. I couldn't recognize him at first because it's too bright from here, but now it makes sense why Horikita would be here. However, what about him? Why is Horikita-senpai here exactly? I heard you were placed in Class D. How can you possibly catch up to me when nothing has changed in the last 3 years? You've always been fixated on following me, and as a result you don't notice your own flaws. Choosing to come to this school was a mistake. Those words had a clear effect on Suzun by breaking down her outer defenses, but she tried to stay composed. Why, you're wrong about that. I'll show you. I swear that I'll reach Class A, then. It's pointless. You will never reach Class A. As a matter of fact, your class will fall apart soon enough. Things at this school aren't as simple as you think. No. I will definitely reach. And I told you, it's pointless. You really are a disobedient little sister. Manabu stepped closer to her with no hint of emotion on his face. It's like he was staring at something that he treated as nothing more than an inconvenience. He grabbed his younger sister by the wrist, the girl offering no resistance whatsoever, before pushing her against the wall. To protect her smile, has been activated. The young man didn't pay attention to the new notification that just appeared, because his sole attention was directed towards Horikita Manabu and the fact that he cornered his younger sister as if she was an animal to be put in a cage. Kiyotaka was ready to come out of his hiding place and save Suzun from whatever was about to happen, but he resisted the urge for now just to see where this would lead. No matter how I try to avoid you, you always follow me around like a sick pup. However, the fact remains that you're my little sister. If people around here learned the truth about you, I would be humiliated. Leave this school immediately. I can't do that. I'll definitely reach Class A. I'll show you, the girl stubbornly replied. How incredibly stupid. Do you want to relive the pain of the past? Nissan. Was all that the girl could say at the moment. You possess neither the abilities nor the qualities needed to reach Class A, get that through your head. But I suppose I'll just have to beat it into you. Manabu moved forward, as if about to act. The situation had changed so fast that Kiyotaka knew he had to be quick. He dropped the bag of food in his hand, leapt out of his hiding space, and immediately went after her brother. Within seconds he was already there, grabbing the older student's arm, which he was about to use to hit his own sister. What the? He stared at his arm and slowly turned to the brown-haired teen with a sharp gleam in his eye. Ayanokouji. Suzun cried out in surprise, as she wasn't expecting to see her classmate here. You were about to throw your sister to the ground, weren't you? You do realize the floor here is concrete, right? It may not be my business to pry, but I can't stand around and watch you abuse my classmate, he said coldly. Even Kiyotaka himself was surprised at the tone he used while talking to the older student. Eavesdropping is not a quality that a student of this school should possess, Manabu retorted. Fine. Then let go. That's my line. The two glared at each other in complete silence. Stop it, Ayanokouji-kun, said Suzune, her voice strained. The girl had never sounded so defeated before, and it was something that Kiyotaka wasn't used to. The young man stared at her for a moment, before releasing her brother just like what she wanted. In an instant, Manabu tried to backhand him in the face, which he barely managed to avoid. Manabu followed it up with a sharp kick, which he quickly evaded as well. So close. Manabu looked slightly confused, before he extended his right arm, and opened his hand. Kiyotaka slapped it away and went for a punch of his own, which Manabu blocked. He then retaliated with another punch, which Kiyotaka blocked as well, and from there, they traded move after move, which resulted in a stalemate every time. Slap was met with slap, punch with punch, knee with knee, and kick with kick. Manabu was surprised to the point that he thought he was fighting a complete copy of himself, but didn't lower his defenses one bit. Suzune only looked on with wide eyes as Kiyotaka and her brother matched each other blow for blow, with neither one gaining an edge. It was the first time that she had seen someone who was on the level of her older brother, and who would have thought that it would be her own neighbor. After catching a punch from the other at the same time, the two men stared at each other dangerously for a few moments, before finally separating. You are immensely skilled. I did not expect you to fight well. Have you been taught? Asked Manabu. Who knows, replied Kiyotaka. You're in Class D too, if I'm not mistaken. What a unique boy, Suzune. Manabu turned to his sister with a look of interest. Is he your friend? I'm honestly surprised. He is. Suzune turned away, a clear blush on her face. She was embarrassed about admitting such a thing in front of her brother. If the older boy was surprised, then he certainly didn't show it on his face. Oh, this is truly surprising. Perhaps you might have some hope after all. However, the road to Class A is a difficult one. You must rely on everything that you have in order to succeed. I know that. And you, Ayanokouji-kun. Manabu shifted his attention towards the younger student and walked towards him. Kiyotaka braced himself for a possible attack from him, but all Manabu did was place a hand on his shoulder and gave a small nod. I approve. Kiyotaka tilted his head. Huh. Without saying anything more, the student council president walked past him and disappeared into the night, leaving Kiyotaka utterly confused on what he meant by those last words he told him. What did he say to you? Asked Suzune. I have no idea, he replied, deciding not to tell her about it. Besides, he wasn't lying about having no idea what the older Horikita just said to him. With Horikita Manabu gone, the night was silent once more. The black-haired girl leaned against the wall, her head hanging low. Kiyotaka was about to invite her to walk back with him to their dorms, but Suzune spoke first. Did you hear everything? Or was it just a coincidence that you were here? Ah, it was half coincidence, I'd say. I saw you when I bought some food from the convenience store. I just happened to walk into what was happening between you two. I really didn't mean to meddle in your business, but I couldn't let him hurt you. Suzune lowered her head again, as if she was thinking deeply about something. If one would look at her up close, they would see a small blush that dusted her cheeks out of embarrassment. After getting his bag of food from his hiding spot earlier, Kiyotaka approached the girl again. Your older brother is really strong. He doesn't lack ferocity. He's ranked 5th Dan in karate and 4th Dan in aikido, she told him. Kiyotaka was impressed by those two feats. He was really strong, then. No wonder he was able to fight with such high intensity and a fast pace. You also practice martial arts, don't you, Ayanokouji-kun? You must hold the same rank as Nisama. Remembering that Suzune was there to watch him fight an experienced martial artist like Manabu, Kiyotaka realized that he would have to explain himself to her. Unfortunately, he was tired and not in the mood for such a thing. Maybe I do, he shrugged. The girl narrowed her eyes at him. Are you keeping something hidden from me again? Just like the truth about your test scores. Hey, if anything, your brother's hiding something from you, he said, shifting the topic of the conversation to her brother. She narrowed her eyes even more. What are you saying? Remember the club fair? Nagumo-senpai said that he knew you because you're Horikita-senpai's little sister. However, he also said that he knew me even though we have never met before. How can that be possible? It's because your brother mentioned who I am to the student council. What are you getting at? Your brother was aware of me from the start. He knew who I was, yet he acted like this was the first time he had seen me, he revealed. Suzun's eyes widened slightly. But why would he do that? That's not what's important. If you also remember, Nagumo-senpai also mentioned that your brother wanted to talk to you someday in the future. But I suppose you were too distracted by actually seeing him tonight that you forgot. Get to the point already, she snapped. Suzun was getting more impatient by the moment. From what Nagumo-senpai said, I believe it's quite obvious that this is what your brother meant when he said that he wanted to speak with you. However, it just wasn't in the way that you may be hoping for. It's about something else. Something else. He said that I wasn't capable of making it into Class A, and I will prove him wrong. It was quite clear what Nisama wanted to do, she argued. It's not just that. I believe this whole thing was a test. A test? What do you mean? That's not something for me to figure out, he shook his head. This whole issue was for Suzun to deal with, and he was just here to lend her a hand, just like what the system would want. And I'm not even sure if I'm right. For now, you should simply focus on what your brother wanted. Oh, of course. She replied, putting on a more determined look. Despite her brother's attempt in talking down to her, she wasn't going to let it hinder her. I will reach Class A, one way or another. I don't know if you caught on to what he said, but his demeanor changed after he saw me. Before I showed up, he didn't believe that you have what it takes to be in Class A. After I did, he changed his mind, he explained. Your brother believes in you now, and you cannot let him down. But I cannot do it alone, she shook her head slowly, before looking up at her classmate. The girl had learned from her mistake and she won't do it again. You will help me, right, Ayanokouji-kun? Of course. A small smile appeared on his face as he offered her his hand. We're like partners at this point. Suzun returned his smile with one of her own and accepted the handshake. That doesn't sound bad. As the two shook hands, 2 new notifications appeared in front of Kiyotaka, 2 of which that he was expecting to appear ever since earlier. Special event, finding her resolve, has been cleared. You gained 41 affection points with Horikita Suzun. Relationship status strange friends has been maxed. Relationship status with Horikita Suzun has been upgraded to partners in crime. The young man sighed to himself. On one hand, this special event only succeeded in making him even more tired than before, so much that he could feel his eyes about to drop. He might not have had to tutor Karuizawa and Sakura today, but his 2 encounters with Kushida and Horikita made him more tired than a study session at the library. On the other hand, Kiyotaka wondered how his relationship with this girl will change from now on. He could already tell that Kikyo won't be the same around him now that he had seen what she's like under her mask, but Suzun was different. She had no mask to put up and her usual personality was cold and composed, even though she treats him differently than other people. As tiring as it would be, it's interesting how she would act around him now that their relationship had changed and they had grown even closer than before. In the not-so-far distance, Horikita Manabu watched the interaction between Kiyotaka and his sister while holding a camera in his hand, secretly recording the whole scene with a proud look on his face. Ever since he had seen the 2 walking together during the first day of classes, he had kept a close eye on them and witnessed how his sister slowly became a more competent student and person while she was with Kiyotaka. Manabu had never been more proud of his sister before, and it was all thanks to a certain classmate of hers. And now, after meeting Ayanokouji Kiyotaka in person, he had never been more sure of a suitable lover for his little sister in the future. Well done, Suzun. I'm proud of you for choosing the most appropriate boy to be your future husband, he thought, thinking of how his sister looks at Kiyotaka as if he was some kind of savior in her life. You better not let go of him, especially when you have a lot of rivals, even if you may not know it yet. Let it be known that Horikita Manabu is the captain of the Suzun Route. 47 Act 9, Scene 1. As a reminder to all of you, your midterm exams start in 5 days. I do hope that you have all learned your lesson about taking exams seriously. The mock exam that I gave you last month may have not been recorded, but it does show that almost all of you are incompetent when it comes to your academics. Chabashira-sensei stood in front of her class with her usual expression, exhibiting an aura of seriousness that basically told everyone there that she wasn't playing around. The students of Class D couldn't do anything but listen to her attentively. Not even the class clowns in Ike and Yamauchi seemed like they were planning to mess around. Remember, if you fail even one of your exams, you are expelled immediately. There are no make-up exams in this school, and pleading to your teachers for a second chance does not work. You do well to remember that. If her intention was to intimidate her students, then she succeeded. The students who were aware of their own weaknesses in academics felt nervous, because they were reminded once again that one failed subject meant expulsion. Even those who were taking their studies seriously felt the jitters, because this was indeed no ordinary school. One failed test is all it takes for them to possibly end up on the next bus trip home. That is all for today's homeroom. Good luck in your next class. After bowing her head, the brown-haired teacher left the room. Once she was gone, many students let out a collective sigh of relief that nothing bad happened. While the woman was as serious as she always was, all she did was make a statement. Chabashira-sensei ended their homeroom early, so they still had a bit of time to themselves before their next class. Already, most of the students brought out either their books or notes and began to study some more. Even Sudo brought out a stack of papers, which was a reviewer of sorts, before walking towards Onodera's desk so they could study together. There were also students who were either too busy with something else, or they weren't doing anything at all. It's either they were already confident of their abilities to pass the exams, or they were completely hopeless. Two of these students included a certain duo who were humbled about a week ago by a certain masterpiece. "Ayan, I'm gonna die. I need a break from all this studying." Same, if only I had a girlfriend who'd put my head on her lap and give me lots of comfort. Ike and Yamauchi had all but collapsed on top of their desks, with defeated looks on their faces. They looked tired beyond belief, even though the day had only just begun. Would you two take this seriously? It's not like you've been studying as hard as everyone else. But look at them, they don't even look tired. Shinohara approached the two with an annoyed look on her face. As much as she hated it, she was stuck with them for several weeks because they were in the same study group. Oh, and she was neighbors with one of the idiots too. Listen, ugly. I don't normally study, so I'm not like everyone else here who's a freak of nature. Even though half of his face was practically stuck to his desk, Ike still managed to glare at the girl. Seriously, how are they not tired after all of that? In their defense, they were like this because they had been studying, out of fear of a certain person, of course. It's not like they would actually study on their own. It didn't excuse their behavior, though. Nearly all of their classmates have been studying for weeks in preparation for their exams, and none of them looked like they were about to collapse out of exhaustion. "You're hopeless," Shinohara spoke as she pulled out a hanky and wiped the drool that was trailing out of Ike's mouth, something that surprised the boy greatly. It's like this was something that she was so used to seeing by now, and simply wanted to get it over with. "I didn't ask you to do that, ugly." Despite his clear dislike for the blue-haired girl, Satsuki was, and still is, a young woman who was completely single. It also looked like there wasn't anyone else in their class who had the hots for her. Because of this, Kanji suddenly sprung up in his seat, straightening his position so that it seemed like he was never tired in the first place. A blush began to form on his face out of embarrassment. "No, but it's not like you will. If you make Kushida-san sad again while we're studying, then I'll make sure to hit you where the sun doesn't shine." The girl scowled at him and went back to her seat as if nothing happened, with Ike staring at her dumbfoundedly the entire time. "TCH, who the hell does she think she is?" he scoffed as he tried to hide the rising color in his cheeks. Unfortunately, embarrassment was easily winning over his attempt in denying what he really felt. "Ugh, why did she have to be my neighbor? I'd take anyone else over her." Yamauchi sat up as well, miraculously recovering from exhaustion as if he was an anime character. "Hey, at least you're lucky that you're neighbors with a girl. I'm so jealous, honestly. If you were in my position, you wouldn't say that. She's a pain in the ass to deal with, even in studying," grumbled Ike. Yamauchi then remembered that they had yet another study session later in the afternoon, which just made things worse. Fortunately, a bright idea then popped up into his Yama brain, something that he was certain would work. Then why don't we just pretend we're sick today? Kushida-chan's gonna understand if we're feeling weak, right? Ike's eyes widened at his friend's suggestion as he thought about that plan of action. He was immediately enamored with that idea upon realizing that it could give them a chance to rest their minds and bodies for whatever time they had left for the day. Yamauchi, you're a genius. I'm sure Kushida-chan will be fine if we're gone for a day or two. There's still time before the exams, right? Yeah. Let's talk to her later. As the two agreed to set their plan in motion later on, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if someone was sending out killing intent towards them in the distance. They slowly turned their heads to the direction of where they felt it, and they could only gulp nervously at seeing Ayanokouji staring at them. He may look like he didn't care on the outside, but they could tell that there was growing anger in his eyes, causing the two friends to instantly regret what they just did. It's as if his gaze alone was telling them, try it. I dare you. On second thought, bad idea. Let's not do that. Why yeah, we can still study. A good lunch is all we need to feel better, nothing more. Yamauchi and Ike sputtered nervously, and the two heaved a sigh of relief as the death glare sent towards them disappeared. They remained completely quiet from there, as they feared that something bad would happen again if they continued. Meanwhile, from where he was sitting, Kiyotaka shook his head in slight disappointment. He had thought that the two idiots would have learned their lesson after last week, but it seems that old habits die hard. Ayanokouji-kun, he heard a voice call out to him. What? The young man turned his head to look at Suzune, who rested her elbows on top of her desk and clasped her hands together, before breathing into them. Do you believe all of us can pass the midterm exams? I want you to consider everyone in this class in your answer. He raised an eyebrow at the weird question, but quickly thought of an answer right away. I believe so, he answered honestly. They know the consequences of failing now, and a lot of them have been humbled after losing almost all of the points that we were supposed to receive this month. I'm certain that all of them wouldn't want to know what it feels like to receive no points at all in the next month. Do you think that they have the mental capability to pass their exams, though? So that's what this was about. She was worried about everyone's performance at the upcoming midterm exams. It was quite a surprising sight to see her being worried, though. With how calm and composed she is most of the time, one would never be able to tell that she felt worried. I understand your worry, but you should have faith in your classmates, Horikita. The human mind has almost no limitations when one exerts a lot of effort in a particular goal. You also underestimate Hirata's skill in uniting the class. Ever since he took over and asked everyone to cooperate in studying, all of them agreed to participate. I am not underestimating Hirata-kun, she shook her head. It's as you said before that. I am indeed a little worried that some of our classmates won't be able to pass our exams, despite all of their efforts put into studying. After all, it's entirely possible for a student to fail their exams even if they have studied hard. Your worries will only make everything worse, you know. I think everyone's doing their best to make sure they don't fail, even those two perverts. Suzune turned to him with a frown. And how do you expect to remedy my worries when it's possible for it to happen? By praying and hoping for a miracle. Kiyotaka was about to answer her, only for a new voice to cut into their conversation. Ayanokouji-kun. The two turned their heads to see Kikyo skipping over towards them with a big smile on her face. She looked considerably happier than before for some reason, and Kiyotaka knew why. Do you want to eat lunch together? She asked him. Is that really a question you should be asking? He asked her in return. They already eat together for lunch on a regular basis. Inviting each other for lunch was ridiculous at this point. And no, I didn't mean that, Kikyo chuckled in embarrassment. I meant, do you want to eat lunch with me? Alone, that is. He raised an eyebrow curiously. Perhaps she wanted to talk about what happened yesterday, but it could also be about something else. Is there any reason why we shouldn't include Horikita? Do you need to talk to me about something? I'm sure Horikita-san is going to be busy with something, so I figured I should ask you before you think of eating alone or anything. She's right, Ayanokouji-kun. You two can have lunch without me, the black-haired girl agreed. I will be busy during lunch, anyway. Kiyotaka turned towards Suzune. Busy with what? Tutoring our classmates who are part of my study group. I've told them that we'll be having an impromptu session later on during lunch to maximize our time. Our exams are next week, so they have to exert more effort in their studies. I wonder how you convinced them, Horikita-san. You basically told them to give up their lunchtime in favor of studying. Kikyo sweat dropped. I simply told them that they can eat while we are studying, provided that they stay focused on the topics that we will go over. Good luck with that, I suppose. Kiyotaka muttered, a bit worried for the girl about how that might go down later on. She might snap at one of their classmates for prioritizing their lunch over studies, which would then lead to a major problem and so on. Thank you, said Suzune, as she released a sigh of relief. While I am confident in my abilities, I feel that it would be a challenge to teach our classmates during our lunch break. Both Kiyotaka and Kikyo were taken aback at her demeanor. Was Suzune actually doubting herself? The girl who saw herself as someone superior over everyone. That's a big change from the Horikita that I met at the bus, the young man thought to himself in awe. This also meant that she wouldn't scold anyone about eating food instead of reading their notes. Are you saying that you can't do it? That's not what I mean. I do understand that our lunch break is intended for eating lunch, and it may hinder our classmates' focus. It may also cause them to complain about our arrangement and lead to conflict, which is something that I wish to avoid as much as possible. Kiyotaka nodded in understanding. He could definitely understand why she felt that way. If it was up to him, he wouldn't tell Kei or Eri that they will be utilizing their lunch break for studying. But alas, it was Suzune's group and he wasn't in charge of them, and so far, she was doing a good job of being a tutor towards them. That in itself was surprising, because Ken was a part of her group, but then again, it's due to Kayano's presence that he's being an obedient student who's willing to give his all in his studies. Horikita-san, nothing bad is going to happen if you just talk to our classmates, Kikyo spoke up. I know you don't really like being friends with everyone, and you don't have to be. Having a normal talk with our classmates is all that you need to do. Suzune stared at her for a brief moment, before thinking about what her friend just said. There was certainly some merit in her words. It's true that she wasn't fond of the idea of being friends with every single one of her classmates, but it wasn't really a requirement in talking to them. Furthermore, it's not like she had trouble speaking with other people. She only chooses not to if it's not required of her to do so. She could definitely talk to the students that she's currently helping if something bad happens. Perhaps you're right, Kushida-san. I'll be sure to follow your words should something happen later on. Thank you. Suzune bowed her head slightly in thanks, while Kikyo returned it with a bright smile. You're welcome, Horikita-san. That's what friends are for, right? Kiyotaka just stared at Kikyo after she said those words, wondering if she really meant it or she was just putting up an act. After all, it was not a secret to him anymore that the beige-haired girl bore an intense hatred for Suzune, although he had no idea why. 48 Act 9, Scene 2. Kiyotaka knew that he shouldn't be surprised by now since he saw this coming, but still, it felt a bit weird that Kikyo asked if they could lunch together with no one else around. It felt even weirder now that it actually happened. They were currently at one of the tables, going through their respective food with no one else around. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to them because everyone else seemed too busy with their food or studying for the upcoming midterms. It's strange, though, nobody seems to notice it when he's eating with girls, probably the work of the system. And as far as he knew, Kikyo liked sitting with other people, most likely to spread her influence by putting on her best angel act and making everyone believe in her kindness. But here she was, willingly spending lunch with him alone. There's gotta be a catch to this, Kiyotaka thought, before turning his attention to his companion. I'm surprised. Don't you hate Horikita? You seemed happy when you helped her out earlier. Don't tell me you were fooled by that, she snapped, dropping her mask as an annoyed expression took over her features. Ugh, as if I would be happy helping out that bitch. I just wanted her to leave already. The young man was a bit surprised at her answer, but quickly understood why she said those words. Since he was now aware of who she was under her fake mask, Kushida must have realized that there's no reason for her to continue with the act in front of him. Still, it was bold of her to just switch into her real self while they were here in a public place. Did she not care about being caught by other people? It's not like you could have made her leave as well. We're seatmates, remember? He pointed out the flaw in her argument. Kikyo rolled her eyes. All right, can we just move on from that bitch already? I didn't invite you to eat lunch with me just to talk about her the entire time. Okay. Finally, he would get some answers. Whatever this was about, it's surely connected to events of the previous day. Who knows? Kikyo might tell him the reason why she hated Suzun, even though he already knew due to the system. Why did you want to eat with me then? Do you like Horikita, Ayanokouji-kun? I thought we weren't going to talk about her, he deadpanned, giving the girl a blank stare as though he was expecting this to be a joke question. However, Kikyo only stared right back at him and patiently waited for an answer from his mouth. Kiyotaka sighed to himself. The moment Kikyo asked him if he liked Suzun, he already had a feeling on where this conversation would lead to, and it wasn't a good one. From how their relationship status changed after he maxed out her route yesterday, it was quite clear that she had fallen for him even more now. It's just how dating simulators worked. And now, Kushida asking him this question only means that she had taken notice of his relationship with Horikita and didn't like it. It's likely that she'll want him to choose between the two of them on who he likes more, and he could only hope that it doesn't reach that point because he doesn't know what to answer her, unless the system provides him with the 3 choices to choose from. He needed to be careful from here on out. One wrong answer could likely end up spelling trouble in all capital letters for him. Of course I do. She's my friend, so that automatically means I like her, Kiyotaka nodded. Kikyo giggled at his response before shaking her head in amusement. Come on, Ayanokouji-kun. You know that's not what I mean. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, Kushida, he replied, feigning ignorance. Do you really think you're fooling anyone, Ayanokouji-kun? She smirked. I'm not like Horikita, you know. I've seen the signs that you keep on showing, and you're not subtle at all with them. Enlighten me, the young man asked, continuing to play dumb. Kikyo felt a little annoyed that he was insisting on acting dense, but she couldn't exactly get him to talk. Plus, she didn't want to make a scene in the cafeteria. However, she quickly figured that it would be more amusing to see Kiyotaka's reaction to being caught red-handed. His expression may not change, but it'll still be funny when he no longer has any excuse to give. And so, she continued on. For one, she's the person who you're with literally all the time. I don't think I've seen a day where you two aren't together. Isn't it natural for friends to spend time with each other? Aren't we friends too? Is Matsushita-san not your friend? Karuizawa-san? Sakura-san? Why are you bringing them up? I'm just pointing out how you treat Horikita-san better than the rest of us, she shrugged. From what I've seen, she gets special treatment compared to me or any other girl. It honestly makes me mad. Kiyotaka knew that he was on thin ice now, after Kikyo practically admitted that she's jealous of Suzun. Elaborate how exactly I treat her better. She gave him a deadpan look. Ayanokouji-kun, don't tell me that you're really dense. You literally do everything that she asks you to do and she treats you better than how she treats other people. I've also seen you tease her from time to time. Hearing all these things from a third party caused the masterpiece to think about this more deeply. His mind went back to all the times that he and Suzun were together, as he wondered if he really does follow her every order. Obviously he didn't, but there were also times where he simply gave in to what she wanted. It was already a given that she treated him differently compared to other people, but he wasn't aware of his own actions towards her. Does he really treat Suzun better than all the other heroines he has met so far? From the moment I saw the both of you for the first time, I was surprised that you seemed close because I have never seen Horikita being friendly to other people. Those are good points, but I fail to see how. Do you want me to remind you of what you said to us during our first swimming class? I remembered that you were complimenting our... Okay, stop. You don't need to bring that up, he cut her off. Kiyotaka didn't want to relive that embarrassing memory and wished he could forget it. Of course, that was only directed towards the moment when he complimented them. Deep down, as much as he wanted to hide it, he didn't want to forget the sight of those girls wearing the school swimsuits. Kikyo gave him a smug smile, knowing that she had won. I thought you're supposed to help me in situations like this, so why aren't you helping me? Kiyotaka complained about the system in his mind, as he sighed in defeat. He had run out of excuses, so it's not like he could deny the girl's claims any further. So much for having a broken superpower, when it can't even help him handle a girl. I suppose I am interested in her, but so what? I'm not really planning on asking her out, and Horikita doesn't even look like she's interested in romantic relationships. She's more fixated on her goal to reach Class A. There we go, Kikyo smiled in satisfaction. She rested her elbows on the table and cupped her cheeks with both hands in a cute pose. At the very least, Ayanokouji-kun knows that Horikita-san isn't interested in things like those, because all she cares about is herself. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Up until now, Kushida wanted to make him admit that he liked Horikita, only to insult her after all of that by saying she was self-centered. What exactly was she planning? What point are you trying to make here, anyway? He asked. Because, Ayanokouji-kun. The girl smiled eerily. I want you to choose. Choose. Between me and Horikita. Who do you like more? Well, it looked like his suspicion was right. Kushida does want him to choose between Horikita and her. A classic scenario that one could find in any anime or dating simulator out there. Yep, gotta be careful of what he says. This girl is like a ticking time bomb that could go off at any second, especially if he says the wrong thing and end up making her mad. Kiyotaka groaned internally. What a shame that things had to turn out this way. I'm sorry, but if you're expecting an answer from me, then you aren't going to get any. Is that so? Is it because you don't like me? Asked Kikyo, her smile becoming strained. He quickly made up an answer before the girl could blow up in rage. Don't assume things. If I didn't like you, then I wouldn't have gone as far as to help you befriend Horikita, even though you hate her for some reason. Then why can't you? I simply can't choose, so please stop asking me to, Kushida. What do you even like about that bitch, anyway? You said it yourself, she's not interested in things like romance, she scoffed. Tell that to the system. I'm sure it'll get her to care somehow, he said in his mind. I believe I've already revealed enough of my secrets to you, Kushida. You haven't even told me why you hate Horikita, you know. TCH, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. What's wrong with my question? I was just asking what you liked about Horikita. It wasn't anything serious. All she's got is that brain of hers and being good at a lot of things. She doesn't care about other people and she thinks that she's the best. That's what pisses me off about her. Of course, you wouldn't know about that since she treats you differently. I know that she's like that, he told her, surprising the girl. She didn't treat me differently from the start, you know. We didn't start off as friends right off the bat. It's true, though. Horikita was rather cold to him at first, and only lightened up when he made the right choice on what to say to her during their first interaction. From there, he had no idea how he did it, but he continued their conversation and even managed to gain her interest. However, it wasn't until that impromptu Nada date he had with the girl that she truly started treating him differently. Then why can't you choose me? I'm Wei, Kikyo gritted her teeth in frustration, before a sudden idea struck her mind. Don't tell me, you actually have your eyes set on someone else this whole time. Which one is it? Sakura? Karuizawa? Matsushita? None of them, he deadpanned, wondering where she even got that idea. Is it someone outside of this school then? He sighed and shook his head. Kushida was just making things up at this point. I don't know any other female outside of this school other than Nanace. It was right after he said those words that Ayanokouji realized he just made a terrible mistake and quickly thought of something to follow up his words. However, he was too late as the name had already registered inside Kushida's mind. Who is this Nanace? She asked him, a dark look looming over her face. 49 Act 9, Scene. Kiyotaka hoped that his next words could calm her down. Oh, she's a friend who regularly comes over to my house. She comes over to your house, she glared even harder at him. Unfortunately, it appears that what he said didn't seem to help her calm down at all. If anything, it only made her angrier. It sounds like you're close with this girl. Where's the system when you need it? He rolled his eyes internally. Despite his success with his heroines, he was still a socially awkward teenager who had little to no experience with conversations like this. If only his superpower provided him with the 3 choices at a time like this, the situation wouldn't spiral out of control and Kushida wouldn't blow up. She doesn't come over because of me. It's because her best friend lives in the same house, he sighed. Kikyo continued to narrow her eyes at him, having a feeling in her gut that there's something that Kiyotaka was hiding from her. She felt that there was more to this Nanace girl than what he's saying. Tell me more about this Nanace, she demanded, wanting to know about this new rival as much as she could. The first thought Kiyotaka had was to refuse her, but thought better of it. If he becomes defensive, then the girl's response would definitely be unpleasant, and who knows how the system would take it. She's a year younger than me, and she's best friends with the son of the men who took me in. And what do you think of her? She's not bad company, that's for sure. The questions she'd ask at every turn can be too much because she gets curious easily, but it didn't really bother me. She also helps out with household chores even though she doesn't live there. And even though I've only known her for about a month, I already see her as someone that I have to look after. After giving her his answer, Kiyotaka noticed that Kikyo was staring at him in surprise, as realization slowly struck him. That wasn't what I had in mind. Why did I say those words? Kiyotaka asked himself in confusion. For some reason, he felt that it wasn't the system dictating his actions this time. It's more like he himself had those thoughts in mind the whole time, and he intended to say those words the moment Kikyo asked him that question about Tsubasa. Do I really feel that way towards her? He mused. Who knew that his own thought process could interest him like this? Although it may be likely that the system caused him to be this way and it's not really a conscious change. In other words, Kiyotaka is indeed going insane, kidding. You have gained 20 affection points with Nana's Tsubasa. You raised affection points despite being far away from a designated heroine. You gained +2 in aura. His eyes widened for a quick second after seeing that notification, before putting on his usual expression once again. It didn't stop him from feeling surprised, though, because this was something that never happened before. Seriously? Even though we're far apart, he asked himself as he stared at the notification regarding Nana's. You know what, he really shouldn't be surprised by the system at this point. Of course it would be capable of increasing affection points with his heroines even if they're not nearby. The moment he talked about Nana's, it was already guaranteed that. XOX. Achoo. Tsubasa sneezed while she was heading to her classroom. Was someone talking about me? The girl shrugged and continued on walking, as she thought of her senpai whom she had to bid farewell to about 2 months ago. It definitely felt different whenever she went to Eiichiro's house nowadays because he wasn't there anymore, but it's nothing she couldn't handle. It was only a temporary goodbye, anyway. It's not like she won't see him again, because she'll be going to the same high school as him after she's done with middle school. And then, all of a sudden, a smile made its way to her face as she felt a wave of immense joy filling her up. Tsubasa wondered why she couldn't stop smiling right now, when she was only thinking about Kiyotaka who must be busy at this very moment. Senpai. She mumbled to herself. Yeah, she definitely felt happy and oddly jealous as well for some reason. Of course, since she had no idea what jealousy felt like, Tsubasa didn't notice it. All that mattered to the young girl was the growing joy inside of her. XOX. You seem to think of her as someone more than a friend. Kikyo grumbled, realizing that there might be someone who's a bigger threat to her than Susan herself. Well, of course I do. She's my kohai. Naturally, I have to look after her because it's my duty as her senpai, he said as if it was the most obvious answer in the world, only for him to realize what he did. I did it again, where did that come from? Am I doing that unconsciously? Just as Kikyo was about to ask him another question, the voices of some other students from a nearby table caught their attention because it looked like it involved their class. Hey, could you guys be Class D students, by chance? A group of boys gathered around the table where Horikita and her study group were seated. Almost immediately, Sudo didn't like their presence but hid his growing anger behind a simple frown. So what? Do you have a problem with that? No, there's no problem. I'm Yamawaki, from Class C, nice to meet you, the student named Yamawaki chuckled. I have to say, I'm glad that they separate the classes in this school by ability. That way I don't have to study with losers like you. The hell you say? Sudo's anger flared. He was just about to stand up only for Onodera to grab him by his shoulder and keep him in his seat. Don't get mad. I only told the truth. I wonder, if we happen to fight, how many points would you lose? Oh wait, you guys have so little points left, don't you? In that case, you'd be left with nothing. The red-haired teen glared at him for a moment, before clicking his tongue in annoyance. TCH. You're not worth it. While Onodera smiled proudly at his moment of maturity, His other classmates were surprised that he didn't lash out in anger, which would have been his expected reaction. However, this was good because if he picked a fight with these students, then there would surely be consequences. Really? Sounds to me that you're just scared, Yamawaki taunted. It wasn't Sudo who spoke next, but rather Horikita. You're right. We don't know how many points we'll lose if that happens. Sudo-kun may even be expelled as a worst-case scenario. I don't particularly mind that you're bad-mouthing us, but you're in Class C, correct? I don't think there's something that you should be bragging about, she said. Yamawaki continued to flash a mocking smile. There were just errors of calculation in placing Class C and A. But you guys in D are on a completely different level. That's quite an inconsistent standard of measurement. The way I see it, everyone outside of Class A is lumped together, including you. Yamawaki stopped laughing and now glared at Horikita. You know, for a defective student, you're pretty sassy, aren't you? Did you think you could say whatever you like just because you have a cute face? Susan took a sip from her cup of tea. Thank you for your desperate and irrelevant statement. I was never concerned about my appearance much, but after being praised by you, I must say I feel rather uncomfortable. TCH. Yamawaki wasted no time and stomped over towards their table. Sudo was ready to stand up and defend his classmates should something happen, but Yamawaki's classmates quickly pulled him back before something could happen. Hey, you're letting them get to you. If we're the ones who start fighting, then word will get around and we'll be the ones in trouble. Yamawaki contemplated his actions for a moment, before he stopped in what he was about to do. Instead, he went back to mocking the students of Class D. You do know that you'll be expelled if you fail the next test, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how many of you get kicked out, he grinned smugly. Susan looked as disinterested as ever. Unfortunately for you, no one from Class D will be expelled. Before you worry about us, though, perhaps you should worry about your own class. You are clearly wasting your time here. Ha ha ha. Us, fail. Don't joke around, one of the other Class C students joined in on the fun. We're not studying just to avoid failing. We're studying so we can improve our test scores. Don't lump us together with failures like you, Yamawaki added. Says the guy who'd rather run his mouth than open a book, Ken snickered. Yamawaki grimaced, as he didn't take kindly to that insult. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? I bet you can't even get a passing grade in the exams. Let's have a bet with our points, unless you're too scared about getting a failing grade. The red-haired student from Class D only rolled his eyes and went back to eating his lunch. Now he understood why Kiyano stopped him from picking a fight with these guys. You're pathetic. Not only Yamawaki, but the rest of his classmates from Class C all felt insulted from that, and in that moment, they momentarily forgot all about keeping their composure so that they don't cause trouble and draw attention towards them. In that moment, all that mattered to them was making the red-haired punk from Class D pay for what he said and remind him that he was the defect around here. Okay, that's enough. Stop right there. Until the voice of a female student shouted at them, stopping Yamawaki and his classmates in their tracks. 50 Act 9, Scene 4. What? This doesn't involve you. Stay out of it, he said, turning to face the girl who just showed up. Ichino's Honami tilted her head curiously. Doesn't involve me. Me and my classmates were having lunch at the next table and you were being loud, so it does involve me. And now I see that you have something else in mind. If you want to get violent, might I suggest that you do so outside? In response to the blonde beauty's not-so-subtle threat, Yamawaki and his classmates took a few steps back. Besides, aren't you provoking him into fighting you? If this continues, I'd have to report it to the school. Do you want that? Sorry. We don't want that, Ichino's, Yamawaki said as his classmates all nodded furiously. Suzune and her group stared at Honami, all having varied reactions to the girl's sudden appearance. While a lot of them knew who she was, even though not personally, Suzune herself didn't know who the girl was and wondered if she was here for another reason other than to make these nuisances go away. Come on, let's go. It's not a good idea to be here with Ichino's around. Yeah. With those last words, Yamawaki and his group walked away, leaving Honami with the rest of the Class D students. Thanks for getting rid of them, Ichino-san, said Nishimura. They were getting really annoying. Honami turned to her and smiled warmly. It's not a problem. I was getting annoyed by how loud they were too. Sent them running with their tails behind them too, Ichino-san. Onodera added while pumping her fist in the air. Sudo turned to her in surprise. He didn't know who this new girl was and he had never seen her in their classroom before, so she must be from another class. He didn't think Onodera would know about her, though. You know her. I'm surprised you don't. Kayano sent him a dumbfounded look, surprised that her friend didn't know who the blonde girl was. Ichino-san is one of the most popular students in our year. Almost everyone in our class knows her. Ken raised an eyebrow, feeling skeptical. Really? This is literally the first time I've heard of her, though. That's because basketball is the only thing on your mind 24/7. Seriously, if I wasn't here, then I don't know how you could handle studying with everyone, Kayano snickered. The red-haired teen frowned. Oi. Basketball's not the only thing on my mind, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. Basketball and swimming, she winked. Very funny. Ken rolled his eyes, but there was also a hint of a smile on his face. While everyone else in her study group greeted the blonde girl who came unexpectedly and helped them to get rid of the Class C students who tried to antagonize them, Susan only stared at her. It's as if she was trying to get a first impression on the girl based on appearance alone. Your name is Ichinos. Susan finally spoke after closely observing the blonde student. Honami turned her attention towards the black-haired girl and smiled. That's me. What class are you from? Oh, I'm from Class B. Class B. Interesting. Susan was surprised that a student from Class B would go as far as to help their class with a few idiots, although she did say that she felt annoyed by them as well. The leader of Class B then donned a look of realization, as she looked at the whole group with wide eyes. Wait, you guys are all in Class D, right? We are. Why do you ask? Then that means you're classmates with Ayanokouji-kun. Susan raised an eyebrow curiously. As far as she knew, Kiyotaka wasn't the type of person to go out and befriend other people, especially someone from another class. And yet, this Ichino's Honami seems to know him. Was he actually forming connections with other people now? How do you know Ayanokouji-kun? We met a few weeks ago, she casually revealed before walking past them in search of Kiyotaka. It didn't take her long to see him at another table nearby, and as soon as she did, Honami waved her arm in greeting. Hey, Ayanokouji-kun. It's been a while. Indeed it has, he responded with a nod as Honami walked over to where he was. On the outside, he looked perfectly calm. On the inside, Kiyotaka was just about ready to leave and hide himself in his room for the rest of the day. As if things weren't bad enough. He was already dealing with Kushida and her jealousy towards a certain black-haired classmate of theirs, and now here comes another problem in the form of Ichino's. No, he didn't have a problem with the girl herself. It's because her presence will inevitably lead to more problems, because Kushida will no doubt be jealous of her too. Honami took a step closer towards him. Have you studied for the midterm exams? They're happening next week and I'm a bit nervous about them, honestly. I'm actually helping 2 of my classmates with their studying. So you could say we're studying together. Oh, you're acting as a tutor to them. He nodded, earning another smile from Honami. That's amazing. You must be really good at academics, then, she praised him, causing Kiyotaka to feel a bit awkward. Not really. I don't even know if my teaching methods are effective, he averted his gaze to the side while rubbing the back of his neck. You're being too hard on yourself. I'm sure that whoever you're teaching, they're learning lots of things from you. And then, out of nowhere, a smirk formed on his face as he shifted his gaze back to the blonde beauty. Well, maybe if you keep on encouraging me like this, I could succeed. You don't need me to succeed, silly. Just be confident in yourself, she reassured him. And even if I did try to encourage you, it'll only be during lunch breaks or whenever we meet since we're not classmates. His smirk widened. Then maybe you can come to my room sometime. You can encourage me as much as you want when we're alone. The girl's eyes widened, and a blush started forming on her face. At first glance, it may seem that Ichino's Honami was someone who's oblivious to romance, but that was far from the truth. Honami was well aware of things like romance and love, it's just that she hasn't experienced it before. And from her own understanding of love, what Kiyotaka did just now was a clear attempt at flirting. What? It was only after Honami said that in a flustered tone that Kiyotaka realized what he said. What he had done a while ago when he talked about Nanace, he did it yet again. You have gained 10 affection points with Ichinos, Honami. I did it again. I'm definitely doing it unconsciously, he sighed in exasperation. If only there was a nearby wall he could bang his head into repeatedly. Never mind if he dies as a result. As a matter of fact, he was very tempted to stand up from the table and do it himself. Then again, even if he dies from killing himself, the system might alter reality to make it seem that it never happened, or it just revives him. Either way, he had a good feeling that even death won't save him from this whole game that's surely nothing more than entertainment for whatever deity up there that gave him this broken superpower. Turning his attention back to Ichinos, he quickly noticed that she was left with a flustered look, prompting him to speak up before things spiral out of control even further. I'm only joking, he quickly said before things could turn south. Those words were enough to calm her down at least, but it didn't make her forget what he said before that, so her face retained its red hue for now. Sure. The girl muttered while looking away. She took a few deep breaths afterwards in an effort to calm her heart that began pounding madly in her chest. Calm down, it was only a joke. Excuse me. You're kind of interrupting us. A sweet voice then caught Ichinos' attention, making her turn towards the other person who was sitting with Ayanokouji at the same table. Oh. I didn't know you were having a talk. My apologies, she said in an alarmed tone, before turning towards Kiyotaka with a forced smile on her face. I'll see you next time then, Ayanokouji-kun. With that, the blonde beauty walked away and hurried back to her table with her fellow Class B students, leaving Ayanokouji and Kushida all alone again. The young man was quick to send a knowing look at his classmate, because it was clear that she did that on purpose. Speaking of which, Kushida had a cute smile on her face, but on the inside, she was fuming. She had no problems with Ichinos before, but this girl was definitely on her shit list now. How dare she walk up to their table and interrupt her little lunch date with Ayanokouji-kun? And to make matters worse, Ichinos ignored her presence at first and didn't notice her until she said something. And now there was a big chance of her becoming yet another rival. This makes things even harder than before. Susan was already a big threat because she was closer to Kiyotaka than her, and if Honami gets added to the mix, oh boy. She could only hope that the same doesn't happen for Matsushita, Karuizawa, and Sakura. As far as she was concerned, those three were only on friendly terms with Ayanokouji. None of them showed any signs of romantic affection. Matsushita liked to tease and have a good laugh, Karuizawa stated many times that she had no intention of being in a relationship, and Sakura was simply too shy to even think of romance. You did not have to do that, you know, said Kiyotaka, snapping the girl out of her thoughts. Kikyo threw him an annoyed look. If I didn't, she wouldn't have left. That was still rude of you. Would you have preferred it if I told her to get lost and never show her face again? She asked, switching to her mask for a brief moment. Kiyotaka couldn't answer for a few seconds, as he contemplated that possible scenario in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. That would have indeed yielded the worse outcome, and to be fair, Honami didn't notice Kikyo even from the start. He shrugged. Fair enough. Is that all you wanted to talk about? Kikyo smirked. Oh, we're not done yet, Ayanokouji-kun. Did you forget already? We were talking about that Nanace girl when we were suddenly interrupted by those Class C idiots. Now that they're gone, I want to talk more about her. I've already told you everything. There's really nothing more about her other than she's best friends with the boy who I lived with. She visited him whenever she had time, not me. Really? But from the answer you gave me earlier about what you think of her, there's definitely something more to your relationship. I remember how you said that you already see her as someone you have to protect. It sounds romantic, if you ask me, she egged on while secretly enjoying how he was denying her claims. Kiyotaka shook his head stubbornly. Forget what I said. I simply got carried away when I thought about her. Perhaps it's just because I haven't seen her in months. But doesn't that prove that she's more to you than just a kohai? Kikyo giggled. The young man sighed as another wave of stress hit him. She's not going to stop, is she? And to think that this won't be the last of the stress for today, because he will be having another study session at the library later on with Karuizawa and Sakura. On the bright side, it'll only be for 2 hours, so he could get an early rest today, as long as the system doesn't decide to fuck him over, that is. Anyway, the midterm exams were next week, and time was running out. Kiyotaka wasn't worried about it, of course. He could get a perfect score if he wanted to, no matter what the questions on the tests were. Instead, his full concern was directed to Kei and Eri. Yes, they have shown improvement over the past weeks, but all of their studying won't matter anymore when the exams begin. It'll all depend on how much they learned and retained in their minds after weeks of reading books and understanding lessons. Kei had a good chance of doing well, but he couldn't say the same for Eri. Then again, there's a chance that she might defy expectations and achieve good results in her exams. As long as they get a passing mark in all their subjects, then it would be worth it. He hoped that it wouldn't have to come to failing even one, as it meant expulsion. The worst part was that it would happen to one of his heroines. Oh, well. Guess he'll find out in a few days.